You're embarrassed. What am I about to get?
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate to continue Phase 1 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary, doing a Twin Perspectives playthrough. Hey there, Not Fry. How's things? Hey Afro. How's it going? We need to do something about Jacob's outfit. Oh yes, in due time. There's a dialogue reason why I've still got him wearing the Simply Jacob outfit, but we'll be getting to showing the other outfits he has for sure. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. Hope your day's going well. Oh, that's great, Not Fry. I'm glad to hear that things are going good. That's awesome. Oh, I'm doing well. I've been having a good Saturday. It's actually been a little bit cooler, so that's been good. Oh, thanks. Cheers, dude. Okay, having a look at Jacob. He doesn't have any skill points to use. That's fair enough. Let's look at database entries for a bit. Locations, not worried about reading those in this playthrough. In this playthrough, I've got another phase in mind where I'll cover some other stuff. Okay, so I still don't want to do any more of the main story, at least in terms of like the really, really important main story stuff, because I need to make sure that when I'm cataloging DLC, that I'm doing so in portions related to progression of the story. If I progress the story too far, it means I could potentially miss some dialogue that is related to what is currently going on in the game world, for example, especially with the newspaper sellers, because I do know that they will start to mention story-based dialogue when it comes to what you've done in the story. And I've already catalogued quite a large number of dialogue from a newspaper seller and all that kind of stuff. So I still want to do covering of NPCs dialogue and all that. In terms of like the burrows, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on liberating burrows based on where the main story objectives are actually at, or main story mission starts are. For example, we have some over here in Lambeth. So that's what I'm going to do the burrows through. And the reason why I'm going to do all the burrows is because there might be dialogue specific and mentioning the progression of stuff. Any improvements that might actually be happening in the burrow based on the fact that the Templars don't control it anymore, for example, all that kind of stuff. Not Fry, so obvious, Claire Obscure won Game of the Year, so you were like, yeah, you'll give it a shot, and it's honestly kind of funnish. Oh yeah, that's something I didn't even think to look up. It just goes to show that for me, how impactful the game awards are. Like, nothing wrong with enjoying them, of course. It's just that for me, they're kind of like just another event where games can be revealed. Like, obviously, it's supposed to be about games that are nominated for awards, but they also use it as a way to unveil new stuff too. And so that's understandable. But that's good that you're enjoying that game. It seems like it had an interesting story. Afro Terminator 2D is out and is priced well. We suppose 27 USD, more like 25, 10% off intro price. Well, that's good though, Afro. Yeah, that's good, because I haven't actually had a look on the PlayStation Store for that game yet. Not Fry, yeah, it's not a big thing for you either, but yeah, you'll give the Game of the Year a shot. Oh, why not? Exactly. you know? Like, if anything, it'll bring more attention to the game for people who do come across the information about how it won the Game of the Year and be like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what the game's like. Hey there, now, bro. What's all this then? London, innit? Hello there, Governor. How's things now, bro? No, Fry, it's still free on Game Pass too, so why not? Oh, cool. I didn't realize it was actually on that. Okay, so I want to focus still on the Train Hideout dialogue. So I think the last time I went on the Train Hideout, it was as Jacob, and I fast traveled there 2 times in a row as him to get dialogue. So now we're going to actually switch to Evie. And we're going to check what skills does she have. 0. Okay, that's good. That's good. Alright, so we'll go to the Train Hideout. And now, Bo, did we get the invisible glitch on the train? No. Actually, no. There's also a glitch where Henry will go invisible when he's carrying crates around in his shop, too, I think, as well. But yeah, didn't get that glitch. Okay, so we'll fast travel to the train and then see what dialogues we can get.
Yep. Poor sod's dead.
Dressed to the nines, are we?
Good day, Miss Fry. What an unusual glove.
Okay, so that Jacob dialogue we've heard before, but the Clara dialogue with Evie is new. Haven't heard that before.
My work to help the children is not yet finished.
Alright, we've heard that dialogue from Clara before.
Those knucklers make you look quite imposing. I must say, Evie, the glint of your brass knuckles really brings out your eyes.
Alright, cool. So we've already gotten that dialogue from Jacob. You can also get different dialogue depending on which weapon type you have equipped as one twin or the other, depending on who you're playing as.
I hadn't realised you used a cane.
The cane gives you an undeniable air of joie de vivre.
Goodness, is that knife as sharp as it looks?
Ah, dear sister, you've chosen your sharpest knife today. Evie, have you been out tidying up London?
Alright, so we've heard that dialogue before. Now, bro, classic Henry. Oh, yeah. He's always turning invisible randomly at certain moments. It's interesting because there's no dialogue from oh, I can't remember her name.
Then lead him round the corner.
Give him a giggle. We've heard that dialogue.
Give him a wink.
I wish you a pleasant afternoon, miss.
You don't know. You act as surprised as him. He won't know you're in on the dodge.
Give him a giggle.
I'll have a scarf round my face. You'll never see what I looks like.
What
Best
do you
keep that
take
knife
me
hidden.
for?
Don't want to make a
darling
spectacle.
Well, you'll have to find another girl to play the part. Sod off.
Not much brass in our pockets. Check the ledger. It's all right here on the old Mary Blaine, ain't it? That cane looks right deadly.
So, you give him a wink, give him a giggle, make friends like, then lead him round the corner. I'll be waiting. With the jaw cracker and scarp.
What a knife! That from India?
Beauty is you act like you don't know. You act as surprised as him. He won't know you're in on the dodge.
Alright, so we've heard that.
Have a scarf round my face.
Give him a giggle.
You'll never see what I looks like.
What do you take me for?
Oh.
It's a downy plan.
Well, you'll have to find another girl to play the part. Sod off. What is the matter there?
Okay, so we're starting to see a lot of, or hear a lot of the same dialogue on the train from Rooks. I'm assuming that once we get the train, or rather, once we get to the point in the game where it makes the train get updated in its look, then we'll start to get different dialogue from the Rooks related to the quality of the train and the furnishings and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we'll fast travel somewhere else and then fast travel back to the train hideout. Because there was one time where I had the character fast travel back to the train after having been on it and getting dialogue. And when I had them fast travel to the train, when they were close to it, it caused a glitch where they got teleported out of the train. So since then, whenever I need to go back to the train hideout after getting some dialogue on the train, I fast travel to a completely different spot first, and then I fast travel back to the train. So now Amazon servers were down yesterday, you almost lost your streak. Oh really, Sona? Oh damn. That's annoying that Amazon servers are tied to Twitch. I mean, I know it's obvious that they are, but I mean to say, It's a shame that they are. Like, there's not a separation. Shin, so you're seriously thinking of doing gun-only challenge in Unity, Syndicate, and Yasuke for Shadows? That's a good idea, Shin. I've done ranged weapons only in Unity, but that also meant I could use the rifle as well as as well as the pistol, as well as the phantom blade and stuff. But I didn't do it just purely as guns. But all the same, definitely doable with this game as well. Even more so because in this game, being able to shoot the main targets in the head, it means that you don't have to go in for the kill with the hidden blade to finish them off like you do in Unity. In Unity, if you shoot the main target in the head, they'll just get knocked out, and they'll stay knocked down until you go in close and then kill them with the hidden blade. But yeah, that's a good idea, Shin. Best of luck with those.
Prepare for a brawl, Evie.
Miss Fry, very happy to see you. Protecting your knuckles, I see.
Okay, so Clara, we've heard her say that before, but when I did the first time, I was playing as Jacob with the knuckle dusters equipped.
Fetching outfit, I must say.
It's a difficult world, I find. So much injustice.
Those knucklers make you look quite imposing. I see you're about to knock some sense into people with that cane.
My, that's a lovely cane. Your knife is rather frightening.
My dear sister, sometimes you exasperate me. A sharp knife for a sharp wit, Evie.
Evening, miss. Ready for battle, eh? Don't go cutting yourself. We need the districts to contribute some tin. I'm a respectable man, I am, and she goes... You could tell we like to train just from the look of them. Right old Admiral of the Red. Oh, she's a jammy bit of jam. But I'm not going to give up the drink.
Ah, damn it. 2 dialogues overlapped each other.
That I will not do. A man's got to go on a rantan every now and again. It's a matter of principle.
Evening, miss.
Of course, the dialogue that was overlapping by the rooks, these 2 rooks, is probably not going to play again, and I can't remember now what words they said that I knew I hadn't heard before. Which is ironic. I didn't know that I hadn't heard them until I heard some of them. but now I can't remember what those words were.
You are looking quite smart today, Evie.
Okay, so it's interesting. We didn't fast travel somewhere else away from the train hideout. However, in the time in which we got off the train to get that musical box and getting back on the train, Clara despawned off the train and Henry was spawned in instead, which is fine because we can then get some Henry dialogue. But that now means that I know I don't have to fast travel away for a different character to appear on the train. I can just get off the train, wait a little bit, and then get back on it. It's a shame that if you have Arbaz Mir's cane equipped, that if you're near Henry on the train, he doesn't have special dialogue, because that's actually his father. So it's a shame that he doesn't say something unique based on the fact he sees Evie and Jacob using his father's cane sword. Okay, something I noticed, that if you get off the train and then you just go back on it, even if the associate character that was there before is replaced by another associate character, you will get some initial dialogue from that replacement. But if you've already covered the dialogue from the previous associate character based on your weapon type choices, then it won't actually trigger that dialogue with the new associate. So it means that it's still better to use the approach of, once I get the dialogue required, then fast travel somewhere else and then fast travel back to the train hideout. I mean, we are getting to a point where the comments on which weapon type Evie or Jacob has is becoming the same, so it's not like a high priority anymore. Now to switch back to Jacob and see what other dialogues we can get on the train associated with the associate that appears there. It's interesting doing something like this because you have an example of a specific location that is the headquarters for the main characters to be on, that they could have decided to basically have no dialogue on, except for dialogue when you interact with the merchant on the train. They could have just done that. But they decided to create dialogue not only for Jacob to say to Evie or Evie to say to Jacob while they're on the train, but also the associate characters, but also depending on which weapon type the player has. And the thing about this kind of playthrough is it's like, who cares ultimately? You know, like obviously I care enough to want to do it, but who cares if there is any dialogue on the train? They could have just not had any. Would people who don't care about the dialogue have cared if they didn't have any? No. Do they care if they do have any? Yes. So the question then becomes, what is the better thing to do? Is it better to provide these things just in case there are players who appreciate it, or is it better to just go with the players who don't care about it, and therefore the players who do care about it get left behind? And the way I see it is like this. Not everyone cares about the same thing in a video game. Let's say you don't care about graphics. If a game doesn't have great graphics, even if it's got crap graphics, you might not care, because it's not about the graphics at all. It's about, are you having fun while playing it? Now that's all well and good. However, just because there's people who don't care about the graphics doesn't mean that the graphics should be neglected. It's the same with dialogue in a game. Not everyone cares about dialogue, but it shouldn't matter when crafting the game if there are people who won't care about the dialogue. You still do the dialogue because there's so much stuff that it helps do. It helps actually give more context to the game world, how it relates to the characters, and also it gives you a level of believability. Imagine in real life, Evie gets on the train and Henry's on there, for example. In real life, would Henry just ignore her and not say anything? Of course not. He'd have something to say. So therefore, going through the effort of writing dialogue for Henry to say to Evie when she's on the train and getting the actors to perform it and then putting it in the game, that is of value because it's not just for people who care about it, it's also to help make sure there's a consistency between characters. He even talks to Jacob. So he says things to him which are different, and it informs his character. Obviously, he's not going to talk to Evie the same way he talks to Jacob, and he's not going to talk to Jacob the same way he talks to Evie. He's going to change how he's talking depending on the character. It's like when you're talking to a stranger versus when you're talking to your closest friend. There's certain things you're just not going to talk about with a stranger that you would talk about with your closest friend. You know what I mean? So it just provides more context. And it doesn't matter if there's players out there who don't care about the dialogue. It still needs to be put in there, even outside of main story missions as well. Because when you're creating a video game environment, it's not just about what are the structural things that you're putting in. What are the organic things you're putting in? Oh, there's some trees, some bushes. Oh, there's some fences. There's a building. Not every player cares about buildings in games. So does that mean that the people making the game need to neglect the creation of the buildings and the effort they put into it? Of course not. Because while there are players who won't care about that, the overall game itself needs that to be cared about by the people making it. So the thing about that, which Ubisoft needs to learn, is that, sure, not every player cares about certain things, but that doesn't mean you should neglect that element of the game when you're making it. You should still make sure it's the best it can be, regardless. You know what I mean? Like, imagine you went into a new place and it was absolutely messy. There was rubbish everywhere. There was like holes in the wall, but it smells nice in there. It's great that it smells nice, and you might not care that there's holes in the walls, but the person who is actually taking care of the place, or if they've whatever sold or whatever, they need to care about that shit. You know what I mean? So there's elements of video games that it doesn't matter if the players don't care about it. The people making the game still need to care about it. Hey there, AC. Thank you very much for the 65 stream streak. That is amazing, dude. Thank you very, very much for that. How's things going for you today?
looking lovely today, Evie.
A pleasure to see you, Miss Fry. Goodness, is that knife as sharp as it looks?
Evie, do be careful with that sharp blade.
I'd like to encourage you to help as many children as possible.
Oh good, we'd already heard Clara's dialogue, so it doesn't matter that I cut it off temporarily.
I can't get over the fact that we have a train as a hideout. It's a fantastical idea, really.
Alright, now to check for any new dialogue based on what weapon type we have equipped in front of Jacob and Clara.
Ah, a solid oak cane. Good for putting a bit of stick about.
I hadn't realised you use a cane. What an unusual glove.
Prepare for a brawl, Evie.
Okay, what an unusual glove. We haven't had that from Clara before. But we had heard the dialogue from Jacob before.
Good to see you, Miss Evie. We haven't tuppence in the coffers. I'm a respectable man, I am, and she goes and treats me like a truck away.
Who's this? The one at the Tupney Op?
Oh, she's a jammy bit of jam. Well, I'm not going to give up the drink.
That blade you're
I
carrying
will
puts it
not
a new
do.
fashion.
A man's got to go on a rantan every now and again. It's a matter of principle.
Alright, this is the dialogue from the Rook that I started to hear, but it got overlapped with other dialogue from the Rooks. But ironically, the dialogue from the other Rook just now was interrupted by this. So I'm hoping that this dialogue between these two characters now will actually loop, whereas before when I heard it, it didn't loop back to it.
Right old sauce box she was.
I must say, Evie, the glint of your brass knuckles really brings out your eyes.
Alright, so we've heard that before from Jacob.
I will not do. A man's got to go on a rantan every now and again. It's a matter of principle.
Alright, so that dialogue won't loop until we leave that train car and then go back into it.
So, you give him a wink, give him a giggle.
Nah, we've already heard that dialogue.
Then lead him round the
So you give him a wink, give him a giggle, and then lead him around the side, like, or whatever. He's essentially talking about creating a ruse to lure someone into an alley to then rob them. And he wants her to pretend to be a tart, but she doesn't want to do it, which is understandable. But that's what that dialogue was about. But we've heard it before.
Blimey! Is this what we've come to? If I were 10 years younger, I'd teach them a thing or two, I would. Some manners for a start. Good
Don't
Lord.
travel from the marble, I expect.
Truck away.
Who's this? The one at the Tupney Op?
Oh, she's a jammy bit of jam. But I'm not going to give up the drink. That I will not do. A man's got to go on a rantan every now and again. It's a matter of principle.
This piece of dialogue, of course, part of it would start when I wasn't even in the train car.
I'm a respectable man, I am, and she goes and treats me like a truck away.
Who's this? The one at the Tupney Op?
Oh, she's a jammy bit of jam. But I'm not going to give up the drink. That I will not do. A man's got to go on a rantan every now and again. It's a matter of principle.
Alright, there we go. Finally got that dialogue from start to finish without it being interrupted by me talking over it or by another NPC saying something over the top of it. So there we go. Finally catalogued that dialogue.
Come on, bloody Pegasus! a nag. Up ya, come on. That's it.
Not much of an afternoon, is it, Miss Evie?
Hello there, Sheila. Thank you for redeeming the Leap of Fail. I'm doing well, thanks. Cataloguing more dialogue on the Train Hideout. Covering dialogue from the Rooks towards Evie and Jacob. Covering any dialogue the Rooks just say to themselves in general. Covering what dialogue associates like Clara and Henry and Robert Topping will actually say to Evie or Jacob in general. Also covering what those associates say to Jacob or Evie depending on which weapon type they have. And also covering what Jacob says to Evie in general about outfits and stuff. And same for her to him. And also what Jacob says to Evie depending on what weapon type she has and what she says to him depending on what weapon type he has. So covering more of that at the moment. How's things going with you, dude?
You haven't 2 farthings to rub together.
What I'll do is use this as an opportunity to unlock a viewpoint in a different burrow as well that we haven't unlocked a viewpoint in yet. Oh, nice, Sheila. That's good, dude. I'm glad that you're going well. Hope you'll have a great weekend. Oh, and there's something I forgot to activate. Or did I forget? I might not have. Ah, I didn't forget. Okay, I activated it too.
Street's closed, state your business.
I know you're up there.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Don't just attack her one at a time.
Come on, then.
Get back.
Oh, thank you, Sheila, for redeeming the walk time. I thought that this would be a good game to have that kind of redeem active for. Is there any character in particular? Also, any kind of like type of area you'd like me to have the character walk through? Like, do you want it to be a inside the city? Do you want me to be sort of like on a more outskirts kind of thing? My choice? Oh, cool. Awesome, dude. Once I do the leap of fail, I'll set up a timer and we'll have the character walk through the game environment for about 10 minutes. Alright, so that's not a viable spot for that. Ubisoft Quebec. Why could you not have allowed the player to jump off of whatever height they wanted? Would have made things so much more fun. So what if some players complained about the character jumping off? It's not like the player has any input via controller or keyboard or mouse at all. Sorry, Sheila, this is taking a while to get a good leap of fail point. Sheila, you don't get why they want to do two playable main characters. Even with Shadows, it doesn't make sense. You prefer one stronger character. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, but it shouldn't be in every single game. I mean, obviously, Mirage in recent years has been the exception. But even far back, obviously, as Origins. But yeah, Odyssey and Valhalla and, well, Syndicate, Odyssey, Valhalla, Shadows. It's all been the dual protagonist kind of thing. I will not be captive to another man's gaudy design. My destiny is mine to weave. Thanks for redeeming that, Shin. What's that actually from? Sheila, no worries. You don't have the gear from Bell yet. Not as yet, no. I'm sort of holding off main story progression in case I miss any dialogue related to where we currently are in the story. Shin, it's a quote from Ivar Barrensdottir. Ah, okay. It's from Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Cool. Alright, so there's no points on that building where you can just hang and then drop. Sheila, is it okay for you if you mention a leak from the Black Flag remake? Oh, definitely, Sheila. Yeah, I don't mind myself. Because it's another one of those situations like with Shadows where I want to know everything about the game. So I know whether or not to even bother with it. So yeah, I don't care for spoilers or anything about potential new elements they're adding to the story or extensions they're doing and stuff. No worries, Sheila. Thanks for asking first. There we go, Sheila. Thank you for redeeming the leap of fail. Okay, so now to do the walk for 10 minutes in real time in the game environment. Indeed, Sheila. Splash. Blood for the blood god. Okay, so I've got the timer ready, just to choose a certain place to walk through.
Whatever happens, do not panic.
Cheap cigars you smoke. Oh, please, sir, a penny.
Alright, so I might go there as the starting position. Hey there, Josh. Hope things are going well. Fun fact, things still possible to negate or fall damaged by landing on the carriage. That is true, Josh, yeah. It's funny, actually, because there was a playthrough where I had my Leap of Fail redeem active early in the story. It's the mission where Jacob and Evie meet Henry for the first time. And I tried to do a Leap of Fail off the viewpoint in that mission, because that's when it was redeemed. But every single time, the game always guaranteed that a carriage was just there in time for the character to land on, and they kept on getting saved. So that was really frustrating. Sheila, it said that it won't have any modern day at all. Oh yes, that part. Yeah. Yeah, I'd heard about that, about the Black Flag remake. And the problem with it is, and it might not seem like it's an important element, especially for people who don't care about the present day, but the problem is the whole search for the sage and everything. Having the present day sage be tied to Bartholomew Roberts is kind of fucking important. Because it's foreshadowing what happens in present day, you know. And to maintain the integrity of the overall continuity of the franchise, not having the present day in there, unless they're going to find a way to still explain certain things. But then it depends on what they're actually going to be doing. So, Josh, you're currently playing Unity, playing through Dead Kings at the moment. Very nice. That's a good DLC, that one. I really like that one a lot. It's really, really fun. Sheila, you definitely will play OG Black Flag when the remake gets released. I don't blame you at all, Sheila. Yeah, definitely don't blame you. Okay, so now to choose a location to walk towards. Let me see. Might just make it a general direction, avoiding potentially any blighters. Okay, so I'm going to start the timer for 10 minutes of Evie walking through London, starting now. Josh, and Olivier still has to get a 45 to the Skull in Chicago. Oh, very nice, Josh. It's funny, though, because the mission wants you to actually just knock him out. If you kill him during the mission, you get a mission fail. But if you knock him out, and then the mission completes, he won't despawn from the game world, so you can actually finish him off with a gunshot. Actually, sorry to do this, Sheila, but I just thought of something. In my GTA 5 playthrough as Michael, where I have the walk, I don't have the HUD off because it's usually because I'm going to an actual specific location for mission stuff. But with this redeem, what I might do in this game is actually turn the HUD off for it. So I'll turn all the HUD off and restart the timer for the 10 minutes. There'll still be some stuff that will appear on screen, but I can also get rid of that marker too, now that I think about it. Okay, so resetting the timer for the walk for 10 minutes now. Josh, yeah, but there's a picture in Origins that shows Aiden killing him with a pistol. That is true. However, in Watch Dogs, the game won't let you kill him and finish the mission. You actually have to knock him out for the mission requirement. And then once you knock him out and the mission has succeeded, then you can then shoot him and you won't get punished. Sheila, sounds like a good idea and no need to apologize. Yeah, Sheila, I just thought of it. I was like, hang on. This isn't my GTA 5 run where I need to know where I'm going to get to a mission. So I may as well turn all the HUD off. Sheila, you have a few ideas for redeems that you want to add during GTA 5. Oh, very nice, dude. It is so fun coming up with redeems for games. There's just something about looking at what a game has to offer and then thinking, okay, within this framework that the game has, what's something that can be done? Josh, you did get the Eagle of Suge. You're currently on one part of the mission where you have the head of Saint Denis and start summoning bats. Well, technically they're illusions that are causing heart attacks, but still. Oh, exactly, Josh, yeah. Yeah, that weapon's interesting too, as well, and one of the reasons I like the Dead Kings DLC is because in the main narrative for Unity, there is no, like, Relic of Eden outside of the Sword of Eden, obviously, but I mean to say a portable piece of Eden like an apple, wasn't actually in the main game. But also, it's a great nod to the fact that Napoleon, in a portrait in Assassin's Creed 2, I think it is, or it could be Brotherhood, but I think it's 2. There's a portrait of Napoleon where you have to find the piece of Eden on him. And in that Dead Kings DLC, of course, the piece of Eden that Arno finds gets sent to Cairo in Egypt, which is where Napoleon later wages war and then finally retrieves the apple as well. So there's also that element too, which works out well. Should I like play in first person for a certain amount of time? Can't do that for X minutes. Kiflob. Oh, nice. Yeah, that play in first person. I remember having that active for Red Dead Redemption 2, and it was really, really interesting because I hardly ever use first person view mode in that, and it was just so interesting, especially on horseback as well. So they're great ideas to do, Schiller. That's awesome. Josh, the head of Saint Denis has an apple on the inside, ironically. Exactly, yeah. And it also adds a little bit of a Indiana Jones kind of thing to that Dead Kings DLC, where you have a relic or an artifact that both Arno and Napoleon are actually after. But of course, that dude, I can't remember his name, he has his sights on it for his own purposes. But I definitely like that aspect about it. Josh, you're loving the guillotine gun, an axe mortar hybrid. It hits hard on both ends. Oh yeah, that can be fun to use, especially when you have a group of enemies that are annoying you. Being able to use it against them and blow them all up. Okay, so there's about 2 minutes left.
Of course I do.
Syndicate doesn't stand a chance.
Of course I do. Here it is, here it is.
1, 2,
Yes, yes.
and 1.
And there we go. That is 10 minutes of Evie walking through the streets of London. Thank you, Sheila, for redeeming. Josh, yeah, and accidentally quick-shotting them at close range. Oh yes, definitely have done that too as well in the Dead Kings DLC for Unity. Sheila, what is a bit sad in this game is that Evie and Jacob have the same fighting style animations. One of your favorite details in AC3, for example, were the different fighting styles of Connor and Hatham. It's just the detail, but it just shows that they already lacked for detail back then. That is true, because you had the games in the series from Assassin's Creed 1 in 2007 through to Assassin's Creed Revelations in 2011, where the animations for fighting and everything amongst Altair and Ezio were pretty much the exact same. So for AC3, it was wise that they actually redid all the animations for Connor and Hatham as well, and keep them different, and also the fighting styles, as you say too, and it really does make a big difference because it really makes the character feel more like they're unique to themselves amongst other characters you play as. That's okay, Sheila, for the walk. No worries. Michael would be proud of Evie. He definitely would be. Yeah, he'd be like, good job, Evie. Good walk. Josh, honestly, Arno has style with his fighting. He does, yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then you've also got like the change in how the combat was done in Unity, where it's kind of almost like a dueling kind of fight style. Think like, the Three Musketeers kind of thing. Whereas the previous games were more about brute sort of like combat. I mean, the combat in Unity can be brutal, of course, but it's a bit more sort of like strategic based. Okay, so let's switch to Jacob again, and we're going to go back to the Train Hideout to catalog more dialogue.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Fry. Protecting your knuckles, I see. The more you can do to help the children, the better. My, that's a lovely cane. knife is rather frightening.
Careful with that blade, oh brother of mine. We need to do something about your outfit. What have you done now? You look deadly with a cane. You're looking particularly lethal, Jacob.
Josh, well, Arno was born as a minor noble, and when his father was killed, he grew up under Delasare, so probably learned some sword skills there. Oh, absolutely, Josh, for sure. That's the in-law universe reason why he'd be able to sword fight as well. Sheila, you're still hoping that one day you'll take out Michael to a small walk to the peak of Mount Chili, Dad? Yeah, Sheila, I mean, I should make that something that I do as like the final time I play as Michael. Or, you know, do it as like some kind of like comedic twist to it. Yeah, Josh, so as Sheila said, that's Clara O'Day. At the moment, the only associate characters that we've unlocked is Clara, as well as Robert Topping, the bookie, as well as Abeline. Out of those, well, I mean, Henry's an associate as well, but he's also part of the narrative, so, well, the other characters are part of the narrative too. But in any case, out of those associate characters I've unlocked so far, the only ones that appear on the train is actually Henry and Clara and Robert Topping as well. Once we meet Ned, they'll appear on the train too as well. So we'll have a new character to get dialogue from and all that kind of stuff.
So, you give 'em a wink, give 'em a giggle, make friends like, then lead 'em round the corner. I'll be waiting with the jaw cracker and Scarpa with the doings.
Give him a wink.
Beauty is you act like you don't know. You act as surprised as him. He won't know you're in on the dodge.
Give him a giggle.
I'll have a scarf round my face. You'll never see what I looks like.
What do you take me for?
It's a Downey plan.
Well, you'll have to find another girl to play the part. Sod off!
That dialogue there is like, give him a wink, give him a giggle. It's like, give him a wink, give him a giggle.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
Josh, you find it a bit funny you get to meet Marx in the game. That is true, yeah, you meet Karl Marx. His missions are interesting, especially with the guy who just takes things into his own hands and, like, blows himself up as well. Sheila, you never met Abeline. His disguise is too good. A fake Freddy is who you met. Ah, yes, of course, Sheila, that's right. That is true. The actual, real, 100% literal Aberline would never ever be discovered because he's a master of disguise. And if you're a master of disguise, it means no one knows when it's you.
London commerce not bringing in so much as a tanner. That a gherkin knife?
No, it's a gherkin knife. It's edible.
I'm a respectable man, I am, and she goes and treats me like a truckaway.
Who's this? The one at the Tupney Op?
Oh, she's a jammy bit of jam. But I'm not going to give up the drink. When a man's tired of London, he is tired of life. Got to go on a rantan every now and again. It's a matter of principle. Nothing like a good solid cane.
Josh, you did something weird in the base game of Unity. The main game, you walked up onto a podium where something was being said, and you said, okay, I'm going to pick someone random from the crowd to execute. And then you pulled out the musket you had equipped for testing, and you killed a civilian. Oh, you did? And then it threw up the message about how Arno didn't do that. You know what's funny, Josh? In this game, you have the ability to shoot NPCs, yet when you're in the carriage and you run them over, they don't actually die. They just get knocked out. Always found that funny. I guess they considered that having it so that if you ran over them and they would die, and doing it too many times would cause desynchronization would be really annoying because of the amount of times it could potentially happen. But still, it is funny to think.
Ready for battle, eh? Don't go cutting yourself.
The only good rook
We
is
look
one
no
big
further
juice.
for everyday fare.
Josh, okay, when you first played Unity a few years back, you were chasing a criminal, you had a blunderbuss equipped, and you fired at the criminal, and it killed like quite a few civilians, and you didn't get desynchronized somehow because the limit for civilian kills in Unity is 3. Oh, well that worked out well then that you didn't get desynchronized, but it's interesting when you work out those kinds of things too, to the minute detail. But it was more than 3 civilians. Oh, that's interesting then. that it was more than 3, yet the game didn't punish you. Maybe it was confused because there was an enemy inside the group. And it had conflicting things where it was like, it was a small crowd, was it? I gotcha.
Ah, to the left, Connor. Now we are on track. Hurry up, Connor. We have lives to save.
Thank you, Sheila, for redeeming that as a Bane impression from Assassin's Creed 3 with Paul Revere. To the left, Connor. To the left. Josh, you had a blunderbuss, so the math wasn't really mathing on that one. Definitely not, no. Yeah, it's interesting in games where you have so many different stages of something as well, and trying to work out when something changes and what changes and at what stage as well. So, for example, there might be 10 instances in a game where a certain dialogue will happen. Sorry, that's not a good example to use. There might be 10 different items that will spawn in to the game world that you need to collect. But they may not spawn in all at once. So how do you determine your testing? Like, how do you determine to figure out when it happens? Is it per level? Is it just basically per, like, progression of story and all that kind of stuff? So there could be 2 items you miss because you didn't know that in order to get those 2 items, you need to make sure that you've gone back to this location. But you might have thought that that location has nothing else there, so you never went back, you know. So working that out sometimes and knowing can be difficult. I mean, it worked as intended. You did heal the criminal, though. Exactly. And that's ultimately the main point you were driving at, was that you successfully killed the criminal with the blunderbuss, even though there was also civilian casualties, but not enough to cause a desynchronization. Josh, the level of detail they did on Elizabeth Tower is quite insane. Yeah, that's the thing too about recreating like cities in video games. The more advanced things get, the more potential to recreate cities and things in a more detailed way. Also increasing the scale as well. Like, for example, in Assassin's Creed 1, the scale of some of these buildings might not have been achievable back then, but by this game they were. Because they had a smaller map to work with. And the game was only capable of having a certain size map, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
Good day to you, Jacob. There remains much to do.
And many unknowns on the horizon. Okay, so the dialogue that Henry said to Jacob is something we've already heard before. And he had no comments based on weapon type changes.
Dressing down?
Onward, girl.
Sometimes I rather miss Crawley. Expecting a fistfight, dear brother?
Okay, so we've heard that dialogue from Evie before.
Armed with a cane. Where's the top hat?
Yeah, I've already got that dialogue from Evie.
A Gurkha knife. Just like father's.
Hey there, OzJim. You thought Twitch you had to be over 16 already to make an account because you had a message that anyone under 16 their account will be done. And hi, by the way. Hey there, Jim. How's things going? Yeah, so I think it was Twitch's sort of like thing where, I mean, I don't actually know, but I'm just guessing that it wasn't a thing where that was a restriction, I guess. Maybe in terms of like, you know, becoming affiliate or something like that. But yeah, if you want to create a new Twitch account or a new YouTube account, was it also Facebook as well? I think if you want to create new accounts and you're under 16, then you know, obviously you won't be able to create those accounts. And if you are over the age of 16, I think if you're creating a new account, you'll be prompted to verify with visuals that you're actually over 16, I think. I think that's how it's worked. Josh, you're hopping back on Unity for a bit. Very nice, Josh. I hope you enjoy more time in revolutionary France in Assassin's Creed Unity. I'm hoping that Robert Topping will appear on the Train Hideout at some point to get some more dialogue potentially from him.
Hello, Fry.
Hang on. We haven't actually met Ned yet. Ned hasn't even been in a cutscene yet. Okay, so now I know that it doesn't matter whether you've actually met an associate or not in the story, they'll still actually appear on the train earlier than that.
Fallen on hard times, have you, Fry? The twisty streets of London. I know everyone.
Hello there, Shaky. Welcome. How's things? Jim, you're not good. In pain. You broke your right foot doing yard work. Dropped a rock on it. Oh, damn, dude. Bloody hell. I haven't had that happen, so I can't imagine how painful that would be. But, I mean, I've been running to pick up a landline phone one time and clipped my little toe on the doorway of one of the rooms coming off the hallway in where I was living at the time. But I really hope that it heals up quickly, Jim, and you can get some relief, some pain relief for it. Yeah, Jim, that was really, really painful when that happened. I mean, I was lucky because it wasn't just the little toe on its own, but it was primarily that and the toe next to it. But still, I was like, fuck. I probably said more than that, but yeah. Okay, so it seems for now at least Ned doesn't have any dialogue related to changing your weapon type. That's interesting.
Those brass knuckles a bit ostentatious, don't you think?
Okay, we've already had that dialogue from Evie before.
Don't you have a nicer outfit than that?
Alright, so she hadn't said that before, so we got that.
You're quite a brother.
Okay, hadn't heard that dialogue before.
I hope you've sharpened that blade, Jacob.
Ah, no, she'd already actually said that one. Okay, so I'm keeping a transcript of dialogue I've actually heard. Oz Jim, yeah, you too. Antibiotics for 2 weeks, then plaster for 2 months. Have to wait for swelling to go down and the skin to heal before plaster. Oh, holy shit, man. I didn't realize that, yeah, that's like how long. I mean, breaking something like a foot, it's understandable that it's a long time, but I didn't realize quite how long. I was Jim, so your mum is a taxi, lol. I mean, it's great you've got someone that can help you, you know, like, imagine not having anyone to help. That's definitely good that you've got some help there, Jim.
An evening last night. A real blowout. Did ya? Some of the lads found a few kegs what fell off the back of a dray. I had 6 pots of 4 rafts, some cold satin and a bit of...
There he is.
Too much drinking, in my opinion.
Got a little giddy and played
I'm
some
desperate for some
and a
treacle
few rounds
pudding.
of hot cockles.
In mixed company.
They were all in good fun. Though some of those cockles got very hot, if you take my meaning.
Jenny.
Okay, so what I'm hoping to trigger is when I was playing as Evie, when she was on the train and Jacob was sitting near the safe, when I interact with the safe, Jacob had some dialogue. So I want to see what Jacob will say if Evie's sitting near there, if she ever does. I don't know, she might not actually. That might just be where Jacob sits if you're playing as Evie.
Jacob, good to see you.
Jim, so what you been up to? Not too much, really. Trying to stay relatively cool as much as possible. Plus, been doing a lot of GTA 5 stuff. I started my stream on Monday last week, and on Monday after this weekend, I'll be finishing it. Been doing a playthrough with different approaches for each character, so that's been fun. It's made the game feel like 3 different games in one.
Careful with that blade, oh brother of mine.
Okay, so we've heard that dialogue before, well and truly.
The investigation of the Templar networks continues.
Oh yeah, so we've already got that Henry dialogue before.
Dressing down? You're looking in fine fettle, Jacob.
Shut it, let's go! Oh, fuck me! Harder! Made a huge mistake. You think it's off like it's We work ourselves to death for you, and you can't even pay us. No more! I say we down tools. You hear that? Let's see you turn
Jim, you're doing a fresh start of Mass Effect Legendary. Oh, awesome, dude. That's cool. I really liked playing the first 3 Mass Effect games. They're the only ones I've played so far. But it was great to finally play them for the first time. Is there anything that you're going to be doing different this time around to your last time? Because that's a great thing I find about those games, is being able to take different approaches. For my first playthrough, I took the Renegade approach with Mass Effect 1. When I need to get off the train hideout to then reset stuff for the next dialogue retrieval, I may as well take the opportunity to synchronize any viewpoints in the area in which I get off the train. Boss Jim, yep, try to be Paragon, no Renegade. Oh, cool. That's a good idea. That's what I want to do for my next playthrough, is do the opposite. I already did Paragon for Mass Effect 2 for my first time around, so I might do Renegade for that, and then Paragon for 3. That'll be a good way to do the opposite of what I did for each one first time around. I took a break between each playthrough of a year, roughly a year between each game. But when I do my next playthroughs of 1, 2, and 3, I'm just going to do them back to back.
I think I'll take to father.
Hello there, Sage. Welcome. No AC Black Flag remake at Game Awards, but Resident Evil 9 looks so good. Oh, nice, Sage. I haven't looked at anything beyond the initial teaser for Resident Evil 9. I did see the actress who plays Sophia in A Plague Tale Requiem, Anna Demetriou, I think. I saw her when she went to I think Capcom had some kind of booth or something somewhere. Anyway, she was streaming playing some Capcom stuff, and she played a demo of Resident Evil 9. So I got to look at the stalker enemy type, because I hadn't seen the other trailers that showed them off before. But revealing that Leon is in it was interesting. Jim, when you looked at your saves, you hadn't played since 2020. It's crazy to think how long it's been since then. It doesn't feel that long, but it also is like a long damn time. Sage, so Leon is going to be the classic third-person RE4 type gameplay, then the girl is going to be RE7 survival horror vibe. It's going to be kind of what AC Shadows tried to do. Yeah, it's interesting. Out of all the legacy characters in the series, Leon is the one that has appeared in the most Resident Evil games. If not in terms of like every Resident Evil game, but at least in terms of all the main entries, he's probably been a playable character in the most of them as well. Which isn't a bad thing, he's a great character, obviously. But there are other legacy characters too. I mean, to be fair, Chris has had a lot of feature in Resident Evil 7. Well, I mean, in Resident Evil 7, he wasn't a major component. You didn't see him like every 5 seconds or something. But he was in Resident Evil 7, only for a brief period of time, but you know what I mean. And then you had Village, where he had a more prominent role. But yeah, be interesting to see, like, what Resident Evil 9 will be like. I've got a theory that one of the legacy characters is going to die. It might not be Leon, but it'll probably... I don't know which one it'll be, but I reckon between Jill, Claire, Chris, Leon, Barry, and Rebecca, one of them is probably going to die, I'd say. I mean, technically Sherry's a legacy character, but she's not a character that you've played as in multiple games, just in Resident Evil 6. But still, I don't think they're going to kill her off. Oh, Jim, no idea who that is, never played Resident Evil. Oh, that's fair enough, Jim. Yeah, Leon was a character that was introduced in the second game. Him and Claire Redfield, who's the sister of Chris Redfield, who was in the first game. Sage, it's interesting how great he is in Resident Evil 2 plus 4 compared to Resident Evil 6. Yeah, Resident Evil 6 is a bit of a mixed thing for me. Like, there's definitely a lot of stuff that is all over the place, especially with the story and the way that they structured the parts of the story where all the other characters intersect was very, very complex, and I don't think it was done that well. But there are some things about it that I like. But overall, and I'm in the small group of people who would probably say this, but overall, I actually think Resident Evil 5 is better than Resident Evil 6.
Hello, Mr. Fry. Goodness, is that knife as sharp as it looks? train is an oasis in a harsh world.
Back from another escapade? A Gurkha knife, just like Father's.
Alright, so we've heard those two dialogues before. So it would appear that when you play as Jacob and you go on the train, Evie, at least at this point in the story, never actually appears sitting next to the safe. Or at the very least, the amount of times I've tried to see if she will be, she hasn't been. So it would seem that only Jacob sits there. I was hoping that Evie would, because if you play as Evie and Jacob's sitting there and you interact with the safe to collect the income, he'll actually have a dialogue. So I was hoping maybe the same would happen the other way around if you played as Jacob instead, but it would not seem to be the case. So with that in mind, I'm now going to switch back to Evie, and I'm going to focus now on that safe. So I've waited enough time for there to be more income in it. So I'll fast travel to another spot. The reason I do this is because one time when I was one character, I got them off the train and then I switched to the other character and then I got back on the train and then the game teleported the character back off the train again. So to avoid that, I fast traveled to a different spot first and then fast travel to the train directly, and that seems to have stopped that from happening. Not Fry, you bought Resident Evil 4 Remake a while ago. It was okay, but you haven't gotten back to it yet. Yeah, that was an interesting situation with that remake, Not Fry, because the original Resident Evil 4 was such a departure from the series in terms of, like, the fact that zombies weren't, and I mean like traditional zombies, flesh-eating zombies. If you get bitten by one, you turn into one. That kind of thing was abandoned for Resident Evil 4. But it still kept like the survival horror elements. It still felt like a Resident Evil game. And so it sort of got a big reputation. And while it does have a lot of action-packed sequences in it, it's not as action-heavy as what 5 and 6 would go on to become. But what's interesting with that remake is that, like with all remakes, there's always going to be people who are against the idea of a remake, no matter how long it's been. I can be the same with certain games, like a remake of Black Flag and all that kind of stuff. But it also depends on different contexts and stuff. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. But for me, with the original Resident Evil 4, as much as I do like it, and it's a great game, I felt that almost 20 years after release, doing a remake was fine to do. It still could have ended up being a game I didn't like, but I actually liked it. It was the first game I streamed when I got my PS5, actually. So I broke in my PlayStation 5 with Resident Evil 4 Remake. Sage, RE5 is definitely better damn right. Yeah, I mean, even down to the inventory in gameplay when you want to, quickly get an item from Sheva or give an item to Sheva. I like the interface better, and the health was better as well. I hated in Resident Evil 6 how you had to perform a button, mini game just to get the health sorted. A letter for me. A letter for me. A letter for me. I thought I'd do some variations there, Schiller. Sometimes it's harder with shorter words to do the impression and make it feel like I'm doing a good attempt. So I thought I'd give you a few different variations there. Thank you very much for redeeming that. Not Fry, yeah, it's pretty cool when the graphics in the remake are beautiful, but you couldn't stick with it. You eventually pick it up again, though. That's fair, too, as well. Sometimes games, at certain points, just don't click. And later on, when you try, it might be different, But really, the first game you stream, that's awesome. On the PS5, yeah. Yeah. In terms of being a streamer, though, the first game was Alan Wake 1 back in 2016. But I hadn't had a I hadn't had a PlayStation console since 2. So I skipped 3 and 4. So it was good to have a PlayStation again. And because Resident Evil, the first 3 Resident Evil games were so prominent for me when I got my PS1, I wanted to make sure that when I finally streamed something from my PlayStation 5, that it was going to be Resident Evil 4 Remake. The timing just worked out to be pretty good. So I'm going to focus now on any dialogue potentially from Evie near the... Oh shit, I forgot to switch to Evie. That's right. Anyway, I'll get whatever dialogue happens from the associate that appears, and then change into Evie.
Ah, Jacob. Hello.
Okay, we've already got that dialogue before from Henry to Jacob.
There's always a new challenge ahead, Jacob.
Okay, we hadn't heard that one before.
Don't you have a nicer outfit than that?
Already heard that dialogue from Evie.
What's going on?
Alright, before I forget, let's switch to Evie now. Then synchronize his viewpoint.
Why did I bother? Everything at reduced prices! Come!
Never.
Did you hear that?
Shut your dirty butt!
Is something happening?
Is that a good way to spend your time?
Is something happening? No. Just your imagination. Shin Dick Van Dyke, the man, the myth, the legend, turned 100 today. That's amazing. Because there's some actors that I remember watching and stuff when I grew up. But also some things too that I watched that they were in. But it's a while since hearing anything about them. So yeah, he turned 100 recently. Cool.
Oh, don't mind the flies. It's just...
Don't mind the flies. Meanwhile, Evie's kills some people in front. Yeah, say sorry, Evie, to the person, to the blighter you just killed. Flowers for sale. Shin, date of birth, 12/13/1925. Damn. And it's now 2025. There was a show he was on, which I didn't actually mind, called Diagnosis Murder, where he played this doctor who was also solving crimes. In the show, his son is a detective played by his actual real-life son. And it wasn't too bad of a show, actually. I remember watching it back in the day when it was first airing. And in the years since, I've seen it being replayed on television from time to time. Yeah, Jim. Clint Eastwood is 95. That's crazy too. Imagine living up until those ages. All the different things that you would have seen, both in your own life, as in like, you know, your day-to-day living, but also wider wise in the grand scheme of things. What are you doing up there? None of your business. Shin, the first movies you saw him in were Mary Poppins and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That one, yeah. I think, didn't C.S. Lewis have something to do with that? Or maybe it was Roald Dahl. Can't remember now. Okay, so now that we've switched back to Evie, let's see if Jacob's going to be near the safe again on the train. Shin, Angela Lansbury was also in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Yeah. Remember seeing her in Murder, She Wrote. About an author who solves murders. Jimmy's outlived most of his Western actors. Yeah, that's true. Like Eli Wallach and, or is he still alive?
Those knucklers make you look quite imposing.
Good, Jacob's next to the safe.
It's the perfect time for a jaunt around London.
Hadn't heard that before.
Dressed to the nines, are we?
Already heard that one.
I must say, Evie, the glint of your brass knuckles really brings out your eyes.
Already heard that one. Okay, let's see what he says when we interact with the safe. Nothing, it would seem. Okay, maybe before when I thought he said something because I looked or collected money in the safe. Maybe it was some other thing that was triggering it. Oh well. Oh good, Robert Topping has appeared on the train again finally. Because so far from his character on the train, I've only gotten these dialogues. Good day, my ladyship. Is this train an express or is it a local? And I thought I'd stop by for a visit, my lord. Nice train, I like what you've done with it. So let's see if we can trigger any different dialogue from him.
My lady. It's never too late to stop by for some fisticuffs.
I'd have liked to have seen that.
Miss Evie? That blade you're carrying could set a new fashion. Ledger reads like a tragedy.
I pinched a few coppers from a man in a top hat. Well, that was a mistake for certain.
Don't just try and seem
Turned out he
bigger
was
on
the
the
Earl of
inside.
Cheltenham. You pinched coppers from an earl. He weren't best pleased, let me tell you. You'd think his house was set afire. It's not like he couldn't afford a bob or two.
You shouldn't rob above your station, Jenny. He's a gent.
Made off down an alley. He didn't want to soil his shoes, so I got away clean.
An Earl? Oh, I'd have liked to have seen that.
An Earl? Shin, you were wrong. Angela Lansbury was not in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I see, Shin. Yeah, I think I might have seen that when I was like, 3 or 4 or 5, but I got no memory of it. So, yeah, I didn't know who was in it or not. I've just looked over my notes and I've already gotten this dialogue from these two rooks about the Earl and the chorus and stuff.
Wasn't much of a day, was it, Miss Evie?
We part of a gang then?
Just about. We can do as we please. Just...
Okay, so Robert Topping hasn't said anything else that's new, but the first time he was on the train, the dialogue that I got from him, which didn't repeat this time, but back then I didn't yet know that depending on what weapon you have your character equipped with, in terms of type, I don't think it matters specifically which weapon of each type you actually have, as long as you just have a different weapon of a different type equipped at the time. Characters will actually comment on that. And so I didn't know that was a thing when Robert Topping was first on the Train Hideout when I was doing this. So I'm going to test it now to see if he has any mentions about what weapon types you carry.
Ah, dear sister, you've chosen your sharpest knife today.
Alright, so he's already said that, Jacob. Okay, I guess Robert Topping doesn't have any different comments based on what weapon type you have equipped.
And now you're here.
That
With
walking
us.
stick could
Nice
knock
of Agnes to
sense
take
into
me
them
in.
that needs
We
it.
part of a gang then?
Just about. We can do as we please.
I see you're about to knock some sense into people with that cane.
Shin, the first movie you saw Angela Lansbury in was Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. Oh yeah, I think that was a movie I saw when I was really young too. It's interesting trying to think back on that stuff because there's just some things that, so many things happen in a lifetime that it can be difficult to remember every single instance where a certain movie was playing in the background, perhaps at every single time in one's life, to remember whether or not you actually had seen the movie. There's probably countless like animated stuff that I watched when I was really young that I have no recollection of what it actually was you know, and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's some things that I had a memory of from childhood actually watching, but I couldn't remember what it was called or whatnot. But by the time I decided to actually look up about it, YouTube had well and truly been a thing by that point. I think it was like 2009 or 2010 when there was something that I looked up on YouTube to see what I was remembering from when I was really young about an animated thing that I watched, and I was able to find out what that was. So that can happen sometimes too, as well. But there's definitely some stuff that I would have watched that I have no recollection of what the thing would actually be called and whatnot. Shin, your memory sucks as well. You're looking up Angela Lansbury when you saw the title. Yeah, that's understandable, Shin. You know, like, the other thing is too, I mean, I find this is that the level of interest someone has in something can determine whether or not they remember it. So if you don't really care for something, you might not remember it. But if you really do, then you'll remember it, you know. Must be a glutton for punishment. You installed the first Watch Dogs game. Oh, you did? So what do you want to do with that game? Besides, play it, of course.
Fetching outfit, I must say.
I encourage you to take part in all the amusements that our city affords.
Shin, you just want to play it once and remove it off your backlog. Oh, I see, dude. So you haven't played that one before. Be interesting to see what you think about it. If you do end up liking the main game, I don't know what version you have. And if you don't have a version that has the DLC, Bad Blood, I don't know how much it would be separately. But if you do end up enjoying the game, then I definitely recommend the Bad Blood DLC, especially if you plan to play Watch Dogs 2, because it acts as a little bit of a bridge, in a way, between 1 and 2.
Ah, a solid oak cane. Good for putting a bit of stick about.
Okay, so it would seem that Robert Topping and Ned don't have any comments related to what weapon type your character has, whether it's Jacob or Evie.
I forgot something at home. Excuse me. Could you direct... Can't you see I'm in a rush? This is no good at all. Oh!
Tara, I'm off.
Yeah!
Come on, bloody
There's a
Pegasus.
drowned rat. Made you do that.
That's another outfit I don't have time.
Move it, you stupid animal!
I see, Shin. You've already played and finished Watch Dogs 2 and Legion. Oh, cool. So going back to the first one, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Obviously, by the nature of it being the first, there'll be things that the second one introduced that it probably won't have. But still, hope you enjoy it.
Looking lovely today, Evie.
An exceptionally nice day, milady. You must stop by and see me at my digs. I'd be ever so pleased.
Nice, that's good. We actually got some more Robert Topping dialogue. He actually spawned in again. That's the third time now. The first time was ages ago. The second time was not long ago. And then the third one was right now. So it's pretty good spacing.
A sharp knife for a sharp wit, Evie. What is it, Evie? Have I forgotten your birthday?
Alright, we hadn't heard that from Jacob yet.
Evie, do be careful with that sharp blade.
Hello, Miss Fry. Good to see you again. That's a fetching outfit, if I do say so. I've been looking into ancient descriptions of various shrouds. Deeply fascinating stuff.
Prepare for a brawl, Evie.
Will this day never end?
I hope you're having a lovely afternoon, Miss Evie.
I must say, Evie, the glint of your brass knuckles really brings out your eyes. Dressed to the nines, are we? Evie, a man couldn't have a better sister.
Alright, so there's some Jacob dialogue just there we hadn't heard yet in this playthrough. Alright, so going further away from Henry at either end of the train doesn't trigger more dialogue from him if you go back. I think what I'll do now, I've exhausted wearing the Simply Evie and Simply Jacob outfits for dialogue on the train. There was Rook dialogue talking about how Jacob and Evie didn't look like they had a lot of money and all that kind of stuff, so I'm going to change Evie into the outfit I actually had her wearing in the last stream, same with Jacob, because I want to check to see if there is a difference in exactly what outfit you're wearing, or if there's a certain number of outfits that will trigger the same dialogue versus another series of outfits that will trigger a different dialogue. I've already actually gone over what the outfit was by reading it, so what was it? It was... Was it the Suave outfit? I've kept a tab on which ones I've had them wear, so... Yeah, it was the Suave one. So I'll put Jacob back into that outfit. Switch back to Evie, and then put her into the Nighthawk outfit again. Because the way I want to do this is, for each individual stream, I want each of the characters to wear a different overall outfit for that stream. But I'm also trying to tie it with getting different dialogue, potentially from the different outfits. So I'll have Evie in the Nighthawk outfit like I had her in before.
Prepared for a brawl, Evie? Those knucklers make you look quite imposing. Just in passing, I think you should smarten up a bit. I'm feeling a bit cooped up in here.
Okay, so having a different outfit as Evie, we got a different piece of dialogue from Jacob where he said, just in passing, I think you should smarten up a bit. Now, granted, that could have randomly also happened if I was wearing the other outfit that I had Evie in before, but it is different dialogue all the same, based on having a different outfit.
Hello, Miss Fry. I trust all has been well. I've been distracted by these ancient maps of China.
The cane gives you an undeniable air of joie de vivre.
Spare a penny? Pennies, please. A penny? Have you got pennies, sir? A penny? Can? I think I'll beg myself. Please, anyone, give us a penny.
Do you mind? Gotta get out of here. Gotta get somewhere safe.
I love how his reaction to seeing someone kill someone is, "Do you mind?" Like we just trod on his foot or something, or bumped into him.
Bloody hell. Dead as a doorknob.
Is that what you're wearing? A sharp knife for a sharp wit, Evie. Something troubling you, Evie, old girl? Ah, a solid oak cane. Good for putting a bit of stick about. I must say, Evie, the glint of your brass knuckles really brings out your eyes.
I'm afraid that outfit's no longer in style. I do so love the fog. It permits one all sorts of license.
I guess Ned's also a fashion critic, like other characters are towards Evie and Jacob, depending on what outfit they're wearing. I'm afraid that outfit's no longer in style. It's like, so? Doesn't matter. If people only did what was stylish or wore what was stylish, then they'd have to keep changing every 5 seconds because each person that observed them would have a different opinion on what's stylish and what isn't. Hey there, Extreme. How's things going? Good morning. If it is indeed morning for you, it might be night for you. I mean, it's afternoon here, although it's evening, I guess, because it's almost 7:30 at night.
Those knucklers make you look quite imposing.
Walk on, my beauty.
Hello, Altair. It's going good, thank you. Documenting more dialogue from NPCs and other characters. Been focusing this stream so far just on more train dialogue and stuff. But yeah, it's going well. Having a good weekend. How's your day going today? Oh, that's good, Altair. You're good, you're working. Very nice. I hope that's all going well.
Hello, Evie. No time for a chinwag. Things to be done. Prepared for a brawl, Evie? Those knucklers make you look quite imposing.
Extreme, the 2 new Tomb Raider looks good. Yeah. It's been a long time since they had actually shown any new Tomb Raider games. I mean, the remasters that they did of Tomb Raider 1 through to 6 the last couple of years are new in terms of like being different versions while also giving you the original versions. But to actually have something that is going to be brand new, I mean, technically, the first game that's going to come out of those two is a second remake of the 1996 game, because they already remade it back in 2007 with Tomb Raider Anniversary. But it's going to be interesting to see what kind of things they've decided to do with a lot of the stuff related to puzzles and how they're going to change certain ones. In the original Tomb Raider, for example, there's the levels in where is it? In Greece. That in the original, there's like 2 different levels that in the Anniversary game were compiled into one. So I wonder what they'll do in the new remake based on that stuff. But yeah, definitely curious. I'm still not like, fully on board and gonna just blindly pre-order it and all that kind of stuff, but so far so good. And it's really cool that Alex Wilton Reagan is playing Lara, because she was awesome as Aya in Assassin's Creed Origins. So I was very happy with that casting. Extreme, she looks good. Looks fun too, as well, the game. That grapple move where she basically grappled at the enemy and then she did a flying kick towards them, that was pretty cool. If it's not in the game, it's fine, but I'm kind of hoping for a dedicated close quarters combat mechanic. Because in the games that they've done since 2013 to 2018, it's only really in cutscenes that you see Lara do things like break someone's arm and, get them down on the ground and do leg locking and all that kind of stuff, and breaking necks and things. It'd be good to actually be able to do that in gameplay. So, remains to be seen, but we'll see.
Miss Fry. I found a very interesting book. It chronicles Elgin's archaeological finds in Greece.
Afro, a book for me. It was funny because I didn't actually understand the name of the person that Henry mentioned. So in my transcribing of the dialogue, so I know what I've heard and what I haven't for future reference in this playthrough, I just basically put ... The only thing extreme about the 2 new Tomb Raider games that they announced is the amount of confusion it's going to cause. There's already confusion as is with that series between all the different versions of Lara that there has been as well. You have the Lara in the first 6 games, you have the Lara in the comic books, you have the Lara in the reboot, anniversary, Legend and Underworld trilogy, you know, all that. Then you got a different Lara again in the 2013 reboot and Rise and Shadow. But now with this other Lara that they're doing in live action with Sophie Turner, who knows if it's supposed to be Lara from any of the previous incarnations, or if it's going to be just a fresh Lara, a separate one. And then the new games that are coming out, like they've talked about unifying not only the 2 Laras, the classic and the reboot from 2013, but they're also doing stuff with the timeline. But the thing is, and that's a good point that you bring up, Extreme, agreed, and she is also older. Exactly, you know. So, in the original continuity, Lara was in her 30s, and in the reboot, she was in her 20s. And the thing about that is, all the events that were depicted in the classic games, from Tomb Raider up to Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, because they happened to Lara when she was in her 30s, it means that the Lara in the reboot who was in her 20s can potentially still experience those same things. And they can be part of her continuity as well, you know. So, for example, she could go on the adventure that she goes on in Tomb Raider 3, for example. So that's still something that can be done. But the tricky part is that the classic version of Lara obviously dresses differently and has the dual pistols and a different hairstyle. Whereas the reboot Lara has a completely different weapon as the signature one, which is the bow and arrow, but also the climbing axe, and has a different hairstyle, and you know doesn't dress the same and all that. So visually, what they're doing is combining the two. So they're taking the classic look and keeping the necklace that the reboot version of Lara had. So the fact that she's still got that necklace that reboot Lara had in the 2 new games that we saw trailers for indicates to me that it's still the version of Lara that was in the reboot, but they're trying to make it so that she has evolved into the classic version as well, and all that kind of stuff. So the events that are in that remake, because it's remaking events that happened to Lara in her 30s, it means that potentially what we're seeing in the remake is still going to be set after Shadows at some point, which is what I'm hoping, because that would make things easier to digest, but it would also make it easier for newcomers to the series as well. However, if they're trying to retcon events that happened in the previous trilogy to make them match the classic, that's where it could become a big issue and a problem as well. Because if all the events that happened in the remake happened before Lara, for example, experienced what she experienced in Rise, that would be a big, massive continuity error that would, you know, be a big plot hole as well. Afro, you also noticed how different Lara looks in Catalyst compared to Atlantis. They don't have the same VA, do they? They do, Afro, yeah. Alex Wilton Reagan is doing the performance capture and all that entails as Lara in both versions, which is really cool because she's awesome as Aya in Assassin's Creed Origins. So yeah, she's doing the whole lot, voice and performance capture. Whereas, of course, for the live action, it's Sophie Turner playing Lara. And in the animated series they did, it was Hayley Atwell playing Lara. But that's true, Afro. So Catalyst looks like it's supposed to take place later, which makes me sort of like concerned that they're not going to smoothly make sure that the events of the remake actually match up properly with the reboot. See, the better way to do it would have been to just have the events depicted in Tomb Raider in Tomb Raider Atlantis, Legacy of Atlantis, as being set after Shadows. So who knows, but have to wait and see.
My son came home from winter break, and I told him it felt like an century since I'd seen him. He goes, "What the heck does century mean?" I said, "Long time. No see."
Hey, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression, and thank you for redeeming the Leap of Fail and the Arnie dubs a cutscene as well. Extreme, you think she's now 30 in the game? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a bit of a time jump as well. But yeah, be interesting to see how it all plays out and the ins and outs of what the story is, what the timeline is, who's involved in the story, whether they retcon stuff from the original classic version of Lara and all that kind of stuff. That's right, Raid. Yeah, talking about the new Tomb Raider. How's things going, Raid? Afro, who is the original Lara voice actor? Ooh, that's a good question. Damn. The very first... It wasn't Judith Gibbons, I don't think. I think she was the... I think she voiced Lara in 2 and 3. Shelley Blonde, that's it. Shelley Blonde was the first person to voice Lara, and Rona Mitra was the first Lara Croft model that they used for promotional materials and stuff. Dr. Darling, you're free to come up with something better. Well, as long as the topics of discussion don't break the rules I have, Dr. Darling, people can talk about, different franchises and, all that kind of stuff. So, there's no franchise that people can't talk about in this channel. You wake up and Rod has already been streaming for 3 hours. Exactly, Dr. Darling. That is true. Alright, so let's do the leap of fail first. Okay, so I've since unlocked Big Ben. Is that it? Probably not, but... Oh, I see, Dr. Darling. Sorry. I thought it was to do with Tomb Raider, because I didn't see the message where he did the emote in response to what you said. Sorry. I don't usually read people's ats to each other, unless there's something really, really that stands out to me. Okay, that's Lambeth Asylum. That's right. No, it's in a different spot. Here we go. It's in Westminster. Afro, let's not fall in a carriage. Survive like that one time. Oh yeah, Afro, that was funny. The game didn't let me actually do the leap of fail because it was in the memory where Evie and Jacob first meet Henry. Rage, you read somewhere that Catalyst is supposed to be a sequel to Underworld, but the reboot is supposed to be Lara's origin story. So a sequel to Underworld. That's interesting. Because the trilogy that Underworld ended began with Tomb Raider Legend, but chronologically Anniversary is before Legend, because Anniversary is a remake of Tomb Raider 1, but also a prequel to Tomb Raider Legend. So that definitely makes sense. Core design was Tomb Raider 1 through to 6. Oh, and I think also the Game Boy Tomb Raider games as well. So yeah, if it's set Underworld, that's definitely interesting, because then that means that Amanda Everett would still be alive. So we might finally get some kind of like continuation of what happened after the events of Underworld then. Because Underworld kind of ends on a little bit of a cliffhanger and a bit of closure too, because Lara, by that point, realizes that her mother was truly dead and that she died a long time ago. So she's made, peace with that as much as possible, of course. Getting chills just thinking of the ending. Dr. Darling, you can choose whichever cutscene you want. Oh, nice. Cool. Thank you. Okay, I want to get to that top pinnacle of the building to do the leap of fail. Right, but you don't know if whoever said that meant the Survivor trilogy or whatever timeline Underworld is from. Ah, yes. See, this is where the confusion is going to be really, really major. Okay, so to streamline things, the Lara that was in Tomb Raider 1 through to 6, and some have argued against this, but I think it makes it better to treat it this way. The Lara in Tomb Raider 1 through to Angel of Darkness is one version. Then in Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld, it's a different Lara, unrelated to the classic. And then in the 2013 Rise and Tomb Raider, it's yet again a different Lara from the other two as well. But as I said before, because the Lara in the newer games was in her 20s versus Classic who was in her 30s, it doesn't mean that the Lara who was in her 20s can't experience the same adventures and meet the same people that she meets in the Classic games, of course. But I mean in terms of like the actual literal Lara Croft and her backstory being, not 100% exactly the same in the first 6 games versus the next 3 after. Here we go, Dr. Darling. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Leap of fail time. Probably won't work because the game's not letting me have Evie go on the actual edge of that, except that one. Can we go across? No. Okay. Here goes. Oh dear, Ubisoft Quebec. Of course. If they've got time to patch this game to give it 60 FPS, you have time to patch the parkour. Like, seriously. Come on now. Let's be real. It's not like you're a small A company that only has a $10 budget. There we go, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming the leap of fail. Raid, regardless, hopefully new Lara is more interesting than Survivor Lara. Survivor Lara is about as interesting as a bread sandwich. That's fair enough to feel that way. I disagree, but that would be a 10-hour long conversation that I don't want to have. They probably don't expect players to want to kill themselves. Well, I don't think that's the only reason why. or the reason why they shouldn't patch it. Okay, Dr. Darling, so time to do the Arnie dubs a cutscene. So for those who don't know what that redeem means, it means I turn the dialogue off and I choose a mission and a cutscene to do my Arnie impression over the top of, with the music and sound effects still active. I just want to see if this skips the cutscene or not. Yep, so it skips the cutscene with Aveline, unfortunately. That's a shame. Sorry, Dr. Darling, there's not really too many choices. Because I need to not progress the story too far, because otherwise it'll lock me out of dialogue, potentially. Rage, you played through Shadow of the Tomb Raider recently. The scene where Lara gives the villain the box had you losing your mind. That's fair enough. I guess you didn't want Jonah to be killed over it. She'd lost enough people already. Alright, so I've done this before for this redeem, but I only did the first part of it. I didn't actually do anything beyond the point where Lucy Thorne talks. I was going, today's the day you travel back to 2005 and play Splinter Cell 1 on keyboard and mouse. Very nice. It's always interesting going back to a game, playing it in a way that you played it the first time around years and years ago. So we can't skip this cutscene, and I don't want to repeat the same thing I've already covered with this redeem before, so this cutscene can't be skipped. But once I get into gameplay, I'm going to get Evie into the actual lab. And then that way I can do the dialogue in the cutscene when we... What I might do, because the cutscene itself is pretty short, I'm going to include the dialogue that he says before Evie gets close enough to him to kill him as well. Hello there, Anmita. Welcome, dude. I'm going well. Syndicate's going good. I'm doing a, I'm honoring Dr. Darling's redeem of Arnie dubs a cutscene. But I don't really have a lot of missions to choose from as yet, because I've been wanting to not progress too far, just in case there's dialogue in a point in the story that I'm still currently on that could be missed. So what I'm doing is I'm getting through the level up until a point that I haven't done this redeem for in this memory yet. I've done all this part before, this cutscene, and also the cutscene of Lucy Thorne talking to Brewster. But yeah, it's going well, thanks, dude. How's things going with you today? You understand? Nice? Yeah. So, once I get more story content done, have more options. And, I mean, it's not strict, like, even though I'm not doing the World War One stuff for the actual playthrough, it doesn't mean I can't still actually enter into it to do these redeems for it. But that content's not available yet to do. Okay, so I've already done that. Okay, so what I'll do, Dr. Darling, is I'll include the dialogue with Robert Topping when he's being interrogated. And Mildred's going well, we just woke up, but still feel sleepy. Oh, really? Yeah. That can be annoying when that happens. It's like, damn it. Okay, so that dialogue is not from Robert Topping. Speak up. Where is Brewster's laboratory? All reconnaissance pointed straight here. Let me beat it out of him. I ask you, my lord, can the gentleman wander the tracks? How did you break into the laboratory? The entrance is hidden. A secret laboratory? Well, well. Perhaps I can aid this interrogation. What do you wish me to elaborate upon, my lord? I'm all ears. I will take them too, if you do not answer me. Who sent you? Why, I did, my lord. I came on my own 2 feet. Let me put his fingers through that. Not yet. Was it green? Neither green nor black nor brown. Henry Green. Oh, Henry Green. Who's he? Your very soul hangs in the balance. That's what my mother said this very week when I went to the fights. But she always turns a blind eye when I bring back my earnings. You can bet. Confess, or my sharp friend here will have his way. You shall return home empty-handed. It is so hard to do an impression where I have to keep resetting my mouth for certain words while still keeping up with the speed at which the text is appearing on the screen. Now we're talking. Give him a taster. Now, now, now. That's the stuff. Ah, thank you kindly. I was having such a squeaky fix when, what do you know? You rescued me. Where's the hidden laboratory? Untie me, and then we can parley, my lady. I'm pressed for time. Tell me now. It's underground. Requires a key. One of the guards nicked mine. Cheeky sod. Thank you. And now untie me. You got yourself in. I trust you can get yourself out again. Not to worry, my lady. You can still recall a couple of tricks from my carnival days. Charming. No, I wanted you to climb the ladder. Dimitri, at least it's the weekend, so you can sleep all night if you want. Exactly, dude. And that's what's great when you have the freedom to do that. You know, you can just do whatever you want. And then go to sleep when you feel like it. You've got nothing to, you know, that you need to be somewhere for and stuff. Missouri has the most bordering states. 8, tied with Tennessee. Out of any of the 50 United States of America, you know what they say? Missouri loves company. Nice play on that song. Thank you for redeeming that, dude. Oh, and me too, you meant all day. It's 10 a.m. I got you, dude. Yeah. Yes, game. I know how to use Eagle Vision. I've played this game before. The game's like, did you know that if you move the control stick, your character will move? Holy fucking shit. Is that how that's been happening all these years since I was playing video games that had a control stick, that is? NES didn't have a control stick. Unless you had the arcade stick, I guess, but I didn't have that, so I just had the NES controller, which didn't have a control stick. But the first console I ever played that had a control stick was the Nintendo 64. I know, right? It was so shocking to realize that. It's like, are you kidding? You're serious? So the character just doesn't walk on their own when it's not an actual cutscene where they've been scripted to walk on their own? I mean, I actually have to do something to make them move otherwise? Holy shit. This revolutionizes the entire video game industry now, knowing this. Sky's the limits. Raid is like Microsoft Clippy. Oh yeah, that icon thing. Yeah, that's a good call, Raid. I'll get you, you fucking bastard. I'm gonna read through your portrait, pal. I thought I'd do that dialogue from them as well. There you are, the entrance to Brewster's lab. Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Come on, do it now. Open it. Come on, do it now. You dear. Hurry up. Okay. Back on track. Right, or Bonzi Buddy. Never heard of that one. Ronnie, can't you wait till the morning? No, I can't, so do as you bloody told them by the way it's sold to you. The blokes are knackered, so someone's gonna get hurt if you push too hard, honest to God. And someone's gonna be out of work if you keep on whinging like your old culture. Oh, come on, game. Seriously? Seriously? By the time Evie was in the position where it should have highlighted both of them, it didn't. So, of course, me trusting the game mechanics to work, press the button at the time that feels like it matches when the glow around them changes color to let you know that the double assassinate's ready. But the step interfered. Piece of Eden. Increase the electricity. Will become unstable, sir. You heard what Miss Thorne said. We need results now. It is time to lay down your head, Sir David Brewster, but I have so much more to discover. Do not be afraid. I am not. God will protect me. I will continue to experiment. You will not stop static. Miss Thorne has already found another piece of Eden, more powerful than the last. I will take that one too. We fight to gain what we cannot take with us. Is in our nature. I have to get out of here now. I wasn't looking at the subtitles, so I didn't catch that part. Keep going. That was far too close. I must find a way out. That's an example of dialogue that's not actually necessary. It's like if you can't tell by this point that Evie needs to escape, then I don't know what to say. Nearly through. Yes, we can see that. We have eyes. Come on. There we go, Dr. Darling. Thank you very much for redeeming Arnie Dubs the cutscene. So now that we've done that, I'll put the dialogue volume back on. Oh, hang on. What was that explosion? What explosion? Evie. The piece of Eden detonated and took the lab with it. That magic lump of hyperbolic metal. I'm shocked. Simply because you have never valued the pieces does not mean all went according to plan, There was a slight complication. How slight? The lab exploded. Jacob, you derailed the train. Oh, he did he? Well, the train derailed and I happened to be on it. I killed my target. Brewster is also no more than all in all a successful mission in spite of you two. What about London? What about it? We're wasting our time out here. You know as well as I do that London has been the domain of the Templars for the last 100 years. They are far too strong yet. Patience. But the Templars have found a new piece of Eden. Sir David is dead. They do not know how to use it. The council shall guide us. Sound advice that your father would have seconded. I shall see you back in Crawley. Patience, Evie. Ah, the gentle sound of opportunity passing us by. So what's stopping us? London is waiting to be liberated. Forget Crawley. Father would not approve. Oh, Father, you could continue his legacy in London. Freeing future generations from a city ruled by Templars. You know, Jacob Fry. You might just be right. Then, shall we? Yes, let's. Onward to London. In it. Ubisoft presents Assassin's Creed. Syndicate. I know, you don't have the taste of our latest acquisition from Abstergo. But I want to check in on Sean and Rebecca. I still think attacking a Templar is a mistake. Go Dr. Grammatica. Isabel, what a lovely surprise. Our mutual friends will be here shortly to search for the artifact. Once it's located, I'll let you know. Super. Always a pleasure. Break. It's people like you that give historians a bad name. I'm afraid we don't have time for you today, Mr. Hastings. Thank you for making my job easy. Oh shit. It does look grim. Master Berg, Agent Acosta, deal with them, please. Move it. Hunt them down. Okay, Dr. Darling, there we go. So you got a bit of extra stuff there that I wasn't anticipating because I thought that present day cutscene is separate from the cutscene with the title reveal. I need to rethink that redeem now as well. So I'm going to make it temporarily deactivated for now. So let's change the audio so that is back to volume for voice being on. There we go. In Mita, it might be challenging to speak like Arnie fast, considering that he speaks slowly in most of his movies. That is true in Mita as well. And the other thing is, when we speak naturally, we're not constantly thinking about how our mouth has to change positioning and also where our tongue is supposed to be and all that as we're talking. All that just naturally happens without us having to actually think about it. Not that I think about it in that detail when I'm doing the Arnie impression, but I mean to say certain words, I need to say them in a certain way to make it sound like an impression of Arnie, you know. And the closer some words are together, the more difficult. But the other thing is too, when we are talking, we're not looking at ourselves talking or whatnot, trying to match what we're saying to our lip sync. Not that I'm actually really paying attention to the lip sync, because I feel like it's a bit more about the comedic off timing rather than accurately getting my impression to match the mouth movements, you know. So I'm more looking at the actual subtitles, which can be deceptive because sometimes the subtitles doesn't tell you the whole entire sentence that the character's going to say. And so sometimes I do remember what the word is supposed to be, so I'll say it ahead of time, but way before it appears as a subtitle. Like when George is like, you know, sound advice that the council would have seconded or something. Like, I knew that he said the word seconded, so I said it before it appeared in the subtitles. But I can't do that with all of it because I don't have all the dialogue committed to memory. So that can be a thing too, as well. But yeah, the thing about doing the Arnie impression when someone redeems it in text form is basically I just look at the words and I can dictate my own pacing for how I'm saying it, you know, to be able to account for what changes I need to do on the fly for each word to make it sound differently. Raid Bonzi Buddy was a program similar to Clippy. It was basically like a primitive version of Cortana on Windows 10. It was discontinued because it was secretly collecting data from its users' computers. A famous Twitch streamer brought it out of obscurity a few years ago. It used to be if you went on the website to download it, it would display a message that read, "Rest in peace, forever miss," and play the song "I'll Survive" by Gloria Gaynor. It was pretty hilarious. Ah, interesting. Okay, so it's similar to that. Yeah, because I never actually heard of it. But I had heard of Clippy, though. Yeah, and Mitra, exactly. So they're considerations that when we talk, we don't have to worry about. Which makes me think about actors who actually do have to make sure that their dialogue that they re-record actually matches the mouth movements as well. Because that's when you obviously need to be 100% accurate.
Savages.
Does it matter?
You can't
This
escape
thuggery
your
is mad.
fate. Face me, your days of walking upright will soon be over. Don't shilly-shally. Throw everything you have at her.
Get down here! I'm not finished!
Okay, so we're going to go back to getting dialogue and checking for any dialogue that hasn't been said on the train hideout. I've got Evie wearing a different outfit than I had her wearing before, same with Jacob. So we might also get some different variations now of dialogue from Evie towards Jacob, depending on what he's wearing, and Jacob towards Evie, depending on what she's wearing.
Sorry to be frank, old girl, but your outfit looks a bit tatty.
Okay, so that was new dialogue based on the outfit that we have that we didn't have on before.
Prepared for a brawl, Evie?
Okay, we've already heard that one.
I must say, Evie, the glint of your brass knuckles really brings out your eyes.
Alright, so we've heard that before.
Hello, Miss Fry. I trust all has been well.
Okay, so we've already gotten that dialogue from Henry.
That Mr. Gilbert has a new musical at the Gaiety. Perhaps, of an evening, we could... Oh, look, a book.
Alright, so we've gotten that dialogue before. Henry wanting to ask Evie out on a date. It's a shame we didn't get a game that was set in India with Evie and Henry. Also have Jacob as well. That would cover the gap between the end of this game's story and the Jack the Ripper DLC. I think that would have been cool too. Would have been able to have like a completely different environment. It wasn't the first time. It wouldn't be the first time that the series has gone to India, but it would have been the first time. It would have been like a third person Assassin's Creed, because Chronicles India is a 2.5D game.
Something troubling you, Evie, old girl?
Alright, so we've already got that dialogue from Jacob.
Firm and gentle, like. Will you take care? A gracious good morning, Miss Evie.
All in pursuit of a quid, Amos? Saved up some pelf, have you? What next?
Sales and greatest deals!
Best in the old city.
Still keeping well, miss? Good on ya.
Hello there, Sayala. You got the grappling hawkish thingy, and sometimes the game is crashing too. Oh, damn. I friggin' hate when games just crash. That really does suck.
Just in passing, I think you should smarten up a bit. Those knucklers make you look quite imposing. Prepared for a brawl, Evie?
My lady. It's never too late to stop by for some fisticuffs.
In Meteor tried to use the spinning wheel to decide what game to play next between Far Cry 3, 5, Shadow of War, Halo Infinite, and Far Cry Primal. Far Cry Primal won. You guess you'll be going back in time to the BC era. That is true in Meteor, yeah. I haven't played that one, but it does look very interesting. I've seen Crocodiles play it and also Lucinda as well. So it'll be interesting to see what you think about it. To the Stone Age this time. That makes me think of the band Queens of the Stone Age. So Yala, getting the collectibles in the game bit tricky, especially those above buildings and jumping around it. Happy to planning to like synchronize all viewpoints first, despite still level 3 too. It's definitely good to do that, Sayala, for sure. It just saves a lot of time later. And the good thing is, if you get near enemies without them detecting you, it's always a guaranteed one-hit kill with the hidden blade, even if they're like, level 9 enemies and you're only level 3. But best of luck with that, though. It's definitely a good idea to synchronize viewpoints as early as you can. And me too, yeah, it looks quite good. Yeah. Plus, one of my favorite actors, Elias Tefexis, voices the main character.
Oh. Me mum could do them all in, and she lost her eyesight years ago. Get Roger!
Go on in, back at me.
Make sure she can't run away!
Go on in, back at me.
Raid, you've beaten Far Cry Primal on Expert Plus, Permadeath Plus 100%. It was certainly a challenge. Same actress who played Sarah in Jedi Survivor is also in Far Cry Primal. Oh, I don't know if I remember that character's from Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I haven't played the sequel, but I played... Oh yeah, Survivor, yeah. Well, I wouldn't know who who that is then. Haven't played the second one. Not for the combat music is just so good. It is, dude, yeah. Yeah, Austin Wintory, I think, is the name of the composer for this game's soundtrack. Really evokes this time period in London as well. So yeah, also looting each enemy on this game, kinda, you don't know, like, they don't have something precious. Each enemy's in loot give 3 to £7 only. Oh yes, Ayala. That's the unfortunate thing too, about the games where they start to have certain abilities and stuff, because then they start to make things very basic level if players aren't, getting certain gang upgrades and stuff like that. There's also, with skills and ecosystem, they also want you to get the abilities of Scavenger to get more common crafting resources from every source, and then the Scavenger 2, you find more rare crafting resources from every source. So those two might help a little bit for you. Then there's the gang upgrades. Where you have the little rooks which will give you better loot items. So yeah, they really want you to invest in that as well. And then they start to, make the price in-game for stuff to be way, way high for a lot of things. Raid, Jedi Fallen Order 2. Ser Junda, whatever her name was, the Jedi Master whose former apprentice is the villain. Oh, okay, yeah. Now I remember. Because it's been a while since I played the first one. See, I forgot the gang upgrade. Guess spent money on wrong gang upgrade. Also, sometimes when you're pressing C for stealth, your character's stuck on stealth. Can't stand back up. Why, Ubisoft? Why? Oh, how damn annoying that would be. Makes you wonder why that stuff even, happens. Like, imagine if the longer a game is out, the more patches are secretly done that actually make the quality less and less over time.
I see you're about to knock some sense into people with that cane. Oh dear, is that what you're wearing? It's the perfect time for a jaunt around London.
Miss Fry. I found a very interesting book. It chronicles Elgin's archaeological finds in Greece.
So, you give 'em a wink, give 'em a giggle, make friends like, then lead 'em round the corner. I'll be waiting with the jaw cracker and Scarpa with the doings.
Give him a wink.
Beauty is you act like you don't know. You act as surprised as him. He won't know you're in on the dodge.
Give him a giggle.
I'll have a scarf round my face. You'll never see what I looks like.
What do you take me for?
It's a Downey plan.
Well, you'll have to find another girl to play the part. Sod off!
Evie, dear. Chin up. Might never happen.
Will this day never end? Got a bit of bread and honey, have you? Soldier on.
Okay, so we're starting to get some different dialogue from the rooks related to the fact that I have Evie wearing a different outfit to her simply Evie one, which then means that when I switch to Jacob to cover some more dialogue, I've already changed him into the outfit that I wanted him to have in the previous stream, but I didn't keep him in it because I wanted to make sure I was getting all the dialogue with each outfit. So I already switched to the outfit I had him in last stream again. And so he should get different dialogue from the rooks too, based on the fact he has a different outfit. And it's all about the rook and their perception of how well off or not Evie and Jacob are. So certain outfits they might view as the character is in a lot of money, for example. So that dialogue that the Rook had, where he said, where is it? Got a bit of bread and honey, have you? I'm reading that to mean he's basically saying, have you got a bit of, dough, like money, and honey as in, like, stylish, something stylish or something that is, very sort of, like, sweet.
Got your orders. The cane gives you an undeniable air of joie de vivre. Sorry to be frank, old girl, but your outfit looks a bit tatty. Evie, a man couldn't have a better sister.
Miss Fry, a pleasure to see you. I've been looking into ancient descriptions of various shrouds. Deeply fascinating stuff.
Hey there, Maxi. Welcome, dude. I'm going well, thank you. Cataloging more dialogue on the Train Hideout. How's things going with you, dude?
So, you give 'em a wink, give 'em a giggle, make friends like, then lead 'em round the corner. I'll be waiting with the jaw cracker and Scarpa with the doings.
Give him a wink.
Beauty is you act like you don't know. You act as surprised as him. He won't know you're in on the dodge.
Give him a giggle.
I'll have a scarf round my face. You'll never see what I looks like.
What do you take me for?
It's a Downey plan.
Well, you'll have to find another girl to play the part. Sod off!
That's become one of my favorite Rook's dialogues. Where he's like, give him a wink, give him a giggle. And then she's like, give him a wink, give him a giggle. Maxi, things are going good, thanks, dude. Glad it's the weekend. Hope Syndicate is going well. That's excellent, dude. Glad to hear that things are going good. I don't blame you for being glad it's the weekend. I hope it goes really slowly for you. Syndicate is going well. It's been interesting to figure out what will actually trigger different dialogues on the train. So, for example, if you have a knife equipped, like the kukri. If you're on the train as Evie and you have the kukri, Jacob will actually comment on that weapon type, and then if you switch to the cane, he'll also say something about that, and also the knuckle dusters. And the same goes the other way around for Jacob if he's wearing, or if he's got a certain weapon type to equip. So I really like that. It's just interesting, and the outfit differences too. They'll have different comments based on your outfits. Same with the Rooks on the train. If you have an outfit that they deem to be in tatters or not that good, they'll basically mock you for not having enough money or something. Raid, you just found a mod for this game that lets you keep your hood up all the time. That is a really good mod, Raid. I don't have the PC version myself, but Crooked has played through the game with that mod, and it is really good. It's a shame that it wasn't by default allowed, you know. Yeah, Maxi. I've catalogued a lot of dialogue. I'll just see if I can find some in my list that I thought was quite funny. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, the character of Ned, Maxi. I had Evie standing near Ned on the train in the outfit that I have Evie in now, and Ned was like, "I'm afraid that outfit's no longer in style." It's like, what? Okay, so here's a funny. I'll say some dialogue I made note of. Now, some words are missing because I'm not trying to transcribe every single word, especially because there's so much dialogue that happens so quickly. I'm just trying to get the gist of it. But there was two guys that were arguing, and one of them's like, "That's the difference between you and me. You are a snake. The firm won't look me in the eye because of your venomous tongue. I told you about my one dalliance and confidence. Bollocks, don't stand so near. You think I'm not fit for promotion? Well, congratulations, my lord. Has your home life done nothing? That was assault, that was. Let's involve the police, shall we? All right, you do that. Rubbish. When will you let go of this subject? Accident, you say? Why are you pestering me? No, Conway, but you will pay for these outbursts. Yes, your highness. Don't you dare touch me again.
Good to see you, Miss Evie. Not much brass in our pockets. Check the ledger.
Raid Shadow of Mordor has some of the best dialogue you've ever heard in a game. Sometimes if an orc with a specific voice gets executed, he says, "Don't kill me, I would die from that." That's a good one. Not Fry, you need that barefoot Evie mod. Oh, the Tarantino mod. Maxi, oof. Evie's outfits will always be in style. She probably has the best outfits for a female assassin. Yeah, Evie has some really good ones. Also, it's great to have some other characters in the series have their outfits for her as well. Um, so if I go to inventory, I'll just quickly show them. I won't equip them. Like you've got the Aveline outfit from Liberation. You've got Elisa's outfit as well from Unity. You've got Xiao Jun's outfit from Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. You know, they're pretty cool. Not right, her outfits are fire. Yeah. Yeah, Jacob's also got some good ones too. I prefer the ones without the top hat though. I mean, if this game was like Liberation in the sense of personas, it would make sense to have the ability to put on like a top hat to fit into like a certain social circle, for example, for infiltration purposes. Hey there, Keone. How's things going? Not fried Jacobs are nice, but the hats. Like, bro, Jacob, please take the hat off. Yeah, that is true. Then you got like the flat caps as well.
I like your walking stick.
Maxi, that outfit for when you collect all those artifacts, you think they were gears, and you put them in that chamber. You really like that one. Yeah, Maxi. I like the musical boxes in this game. I like too that you can either look at the description for a clue, but if you also recognize the tunes that the musical boxes make, it also allows you to be like, ah, that's a musical box, and then seek it out. Not Frey, you know you can get mods for this game, but you never feel like it, lol. You just play it normally. That's fair too, as well, not Frey. Just get that regular experience. Keone was playing Punisher 2005. Oh my god, those executions are brutal. They really are, Keone. Like, holy shit. I remember playing that game, and yeah, the ways in which you can interrogate the enemies, and then you can choose whether they live or not. Just some brutal stuff in that. Yeah, Maxi. So I really like that they had that instead of the Enigma puzzles, well, riddles. Sorry, from Unity. Oh, and the other thing is that's good is that they give you the let me see, it's in no, not inventory, progression log. That's it. Secrets of London. I like that they give you a screenshot as well. I think that was a really good idea on top.
So, you give 'em a wink, give 'em a giggle. Don't this train seem bigger on the inside? Then lead 'em round the...
Don't this train seem bigger on the inside? I like that quote. I've already registered it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's supposed to also be a reference to the TARDIS in Doctor Who.
I'll be waiting with the jaw cracker.
Hello, miss. Another dreary afternoon. Lifted yourself out of penury, eh? What's the point, really?
Good gracious.
Dr. Darling, you want to play Splinter Cell, but on the other hand, you just want to do nothing, stay in bed and watch streams all day. Yeah, dude, I don't blame you, you know, like if that's what you feel like doing, because I feel like there's no point in pushing yourself to, for example, play a game that you might not actually really feel like playing. Like, sometimes when you start playing it, that feeling might go away, but at the same time, if it doesn't, there's no point in forcing yourself, because then it just means that the experience of playing the game itself could potentially affect how you feel about it, whereas if you waited until you're actually fully wanting to play it, then you might be more receptive to the things that will make it a good experience as well. This is a much better and quicker way to avoid the glitch that happened one time where I had Jacob or Evie. I can't remember which one I was playing as at the time, but I got the dialogue on the train, and I wanted to get off the train and then fast travel to it so that I would be able to reset.
Just in passing, I think you should smarten up a bit.
Greetings, Miss Fry.
Hold that thought. Yeah, so I wanted to get off the train hideout and then fast travel to it to be able to get more dialogue because it would reset who was on the train and all that kind of stuff. But when I did it, it teleported the character off the train again and to where I was before, and the train got away. So I decided to fast travel somewhere else and then back to the train to try and avoid that. But I've just realized that it's probably better to get off the train and just run around a little bit as the train leaves and then wait till it's a certain distance away and then fast travel back to it. So that can actually speed things up a bit, hopefully. Dr. Darling, you want to stay in bed because it's the weekend and you have nothing else to do. That's totally understandable too as well, for sure.
I encourage you to take part in all the amusements that our city affords. I'm afraid that outfit's no longer in style.
There we go. Ned said it again.
Ah, a solid oak cane. Good for putting a bit of stick about.
Thank you very much, Vegas Glaive, for leaving the lurk. Appreciate that. Hope things are going well.
You're all a bunch of bloody cowards! Can't take us all on! How you doing, Evie? I'm ready to pull the trigger. I have had enough! You can do better than that!
Nice move there. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Threw the throwing knife at the enemy, it stuck in their head, and then basically hit it off their head to fling at the other enemy. That was cool.
Come on! Come on!
Would like to recommend people check out Vegas Glaive's channel if you haven't before. Vegas is doing a playthrough of Killer Frequency, a first-person horror game. That guy just keeps walking.
Time to shut your gob! I'd love to stick around.
Is that what you're wearing? The cane gives you an undeniable air of joie de vivre.
Hello, Miss Fry. Good to see you again. I've been distracted by these ancient maps of China.
I'll bet half a crown.
Half a crown? Been on the monkey, have ya?
Nah. Keep a sharp eye about the docks. You can always find an open pocket.
Clever yob.
Not half so clever as my dad's. He pinched an old side of ham from a grocer and the man never knew it.
Where's your dad now?
Locked up in Pentonville prison. But that's another matter.
Oh, it's you, miss. What's to be done? Came into a few ducats, I see.
Alright, so primarily now, what I'm going to do is focus on which associate appears on the train and their dialogue to Evie, because the characters of Robert Topping and the characters of Ned, I want to see if I can get some more dialogue for them towards Evie. I've noticed that the dialogue that Henry has towards Evie now on the train, at least at this point in the story, and given what she's currently wearing, is just the same as it has been for a while. But if I can try and get some more dialogue from Ned and Robert Topping when they actually appear on the train, that would actually be good. Because then what I want to do is move on to testing if changing the outfit right in front of the character when you go into the menu and then change the outfit and then it goes back to the gameplay, if there'll be dialogue. Because if so, it means I don't have to keep on getting off the train and then changing outfits.
Just in passing, I think you should smarten up a bit.
Good day, Miss Fry. I hadn't realised you used a cane. The more you can do to help the children, the better.
Okay, so that dialogue from Clara is the same towards Evie. So it'll just be primarily Ned and Robert Topping that I'm hoping will spawn onto the train.
A solid oak cane.
Hello,
Good
Miss
for putting
Fry.
a bit of stick about.
When I get a chance, I'll see if I can't find you a nicer cloak. There are all manner of things to do in this vast city. Some of them legal.
Sorry to be frank, old girl, but your outfit looks a bit tatty.
The country air will
Where is
do
that
us
conductor?
both.
He hasn't taken our tickets. Voice down. I'm sure he'll be around.
Please, I've never been for anything before in my life.
Don't widow her.
But I'm begging you now. Don't hurt me.
Ones while we frolic in the grass.
Frolic, you say?
But you know, trains aren't.
I like how this car is still moving. Oh no, it's slowing down now. I was about to say what a glitch that would be. Detach the last car of a train and the last car would just keep on going on the tracks on its own without an engine.
I see you're about to knock some sense into people with that cane.
Miss Fry. That Mr. Gilbert has a new musical at the Gaiety. Perhaps, of an evening, we could...
Oh dear, is that what you're wearing?
Oh, look, a book.
There we go. Henry trying to ask Evie out on a date again. I'm sure she would have said yes if he continued asking. But he's like, oh look, a book. If someone could do a mod for the PC version where in the loading screen you can actually do more stuff, that'd be good.
Sorry to be frank, old girl, but your outfit looks a bit tatty.
Hello, Miss Fry. I trust all has been well. I found a very interesting book. It chronicles Elgin's archaeological finds.
Bloody thieves.
What's all that, then?
Need help surviving the streets? Look no further.
That's a good way to make a few bucks.
That's it, mate.
What's her name?
A solid oak cane. Good for putting a bit of stick about.
Miss Fry, a pleasure to see you.
Alright, so Henry has actually spawned back in there on the train 3 separate times, back to back. So I'm thinking that I'm too close to the train before fast traveling, so I'm going to go back to fast traveling somewhere else and then back to the train.
Cane gives you an undeniable air of joie de vivre.
Okay, so Henry spawned in again.
Hello, Miss Fry. Good to see you again.
So it wasn't based on distance from the train. I've just had it so that he spawned in there multiple times in a row. Alright, now try something a bit different. Exit the title screen and then go back into the game. "1507, the assassin Ezio Auditore kills Cesare Borgia, ending the reign of the powerful Templar family." Damn straight. Cesare, oh Cesare, a man of great depravity, thought himself immortal till he had a date with gravity.
Sorry to be frank, old girl, but your outfit looks a bit tatty.
Miss Fry, a pleasure to see you.
Come on, game, what's going on? Maybe the game is like, okay, you've played as Evie long enough, going back and forth on the train and not. So we're just going to keep Henry be the one that keeps spawning in now. Or maybe it could be based on where in the game world the train is at the time too. Oh yeah, I don't have that skill yet. Let me see. Lockpick. I can get that, cool. Alright, so lockpicking 1. Open lock chests to find money, resources, and rewards. Okay, so that was Jaw Tenderizer. Let's see what level that was. Jaw Tenderizer. Oh yes, this is a level 7 weapon. So the way I'm doing the showcasing of weapons and gear pieces in this playthrough is whatever level Evie and Jacob are currently at, I read and select the weapons and gear pieces that are that level as well. That way it is easier for me to keep track of which weapons I've actually already covered, and it can also help me do them in blocks as well. So that one that we got is way high, too high of a level currently for me to worry about it yet.
It's really as simple as that. One dalliance in confidence. Wise a gentleman who measure.
Ah, a solid oak cane. Good for putting a bit
I've
of
been
stick
looking
about.
into ancient descriptions of...
Yeah, I honestly think that the game is like, okay, you've done that enough now as Evie. Okay, so now to switch back to Jacob. Okay, so he's got a skill point. We'll get him lockpicking one as well. If I've already read one of the upgrades that I've gotten as one of the characters, I won't reread it a second time as the other character. Hey there, Anasune. Hope things are going well. Jacob is in a different outfit to what I had him in earlier in the stream. And I haven't had him interact with characters while wearing this outfit, so we'll get some different dialogue now towards Jacob based on this different outfit.
Good day, sir. Looking a bit down at the heels, Fry. Hijackings, raids, robberies, so much variety.
I mean, is it possible the train...
You weren't a bad brother growing up, all in all. I hope you've sharpened that blade, Jacob. Don't you have a nicer outfit than that?
Okay, so we actually had some different Evie dialogue towards Jacob than what I've had previously, when she said, "You weren't a bad brother growing up, all in all." But the other two things she said, I'd already actually heard her say. Plus, we also got some different dialogue from Ned when playing as Jacob as well than what we've had previously.
Why bother? You go in the grain of the film, see? Firm and gentle.
Some blokes have all the luck. Finally earned yourself some lucre. Soldier on.
Brush me out every evening, don't I? Got me a good soft brush.
you stupid animal!
Unbelievable. You can't see anything either.
We're too far away. Give up that anybody. What else can...
Mr. Fry, I hope you're having a fine day. Your knife is rather frightening. I'd like to encourage you to help as many children as possible.
Onasune, you're alright. Haven't gotten very far in Tomb Raider though. You don't know how to explain it, but with games you tend to jump around a lot. There are a few times here and there where you'll be momentarily be fixated on a game or series, but still, that's fair, Onasune, for sure. Like, definitely good to go with what you feel like. And if that means you play a little bit of one game and then you jump to another one, then as long as you're still enjoying what you do play of a game, and don't feel like you have to absolutely stick with one game and not jump to a different one. Hey there, OG Intruder. Thank you very much for the 16 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you, thank you. What is this button? Thank you for pressing that button. Thank you, OG. How's things been for you? Thank you once again for the 16 months in a row.
Back from another escapade? A Gurkha knife, just like Father's. We need to do something about your outfit.
Good to see you, Jacob.
I can't seem to get much sleep. What next? Got a bit of bread and honey, have you?
Come, don't be shy. You'll not find higher quality hair in all of London. Come and have a look. You, sir. You look like a discerning gentleman. Step into my shop. Everyone...
Up your ass, mate.
That's funny. That's very funny. Do it.
Well, I hope the trouble doesn't spread.
How horrible! He went that way! Catch him, please!
What's going on over there?
I knew there was trouble. I could feel it coming.
Oh dear. I hope it's safe over here. He's trotted off that way. What are these fuckers up to?
That's one of my favourite lines of NPC dialogue. What are these fuckers up to? Anasune, although for you it does lead to a bit of guilt, for lack of a better word, leaving a marathon unfinished but not being bothered to finish it. That would seem very, very frustrating too, as well. It'd be like between being between a rock and a hard place as well.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Fry. Goodness, is that knife as sharp as it looks?
Huh. What was happening with Henry continually spawning on the train every time I fast travel to it as Evie? Now it would seem that the same is happening when fast traveling to the train as Jacob, except it's Clara that is always spawning in. If it continues doing that, then I'll move on to the next aspect of Train Hideout dialogue.
Hello, Mr. Fry. Your knife is rather frightening.
Careful with that blade, oh brother of mine. Dressing down. You're looking in fine fettle, Jacob.
I hate how they don't always make it simple to get off the fucking train hideout.
I think that... Oh, bugger, put you down! You'll regret that! I'll whip out your innards!
That one's bound to get nabbed.
Lean away from that crazy driver!
Anasune, thank you so very much for gifting those gift subs. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate you doing that. Thanks for your generosity. Congratulations, RV, Ciala, Valines, Edimetra, and the King Wasabi. Congratulations to all of you for getting a gift sub. Thank you very much, Anasune, for doing that. Anasune, honestly, never knew gift subs were automated. Yeah. Yeah, I think you can do automated, and you can also do like specific to individual people as well. Thank you so very much for doing that.
Ah, Jacob. Hello. There's always a new challenge ahead, Jacob.
Okay, so we've already got that dialogue from Henry towards Jacob.
Another dreary day done, Governor. Came into a few ducats, I see.
I wonder what that is. Can you spare a penny for a veteran of the Light Brigade? The Light Brigade! What? Thief! Thief! Someone help! Stop that thief!
For you, Chief.
Someone help me! Please!
Cheers.
What's all the ruckus, I wonder?
I'll choke the life out of you!
Ah, Jacob. How you doing?
Grand day, isn't it, my lord? Do tell me of your adventures.
Okay, it'd been a while since Robert Topping was spawned in on the train, so that's good that he did for Jacob. Got some dialogue there from him towards Jacob I hadn't gotten before.
Back already. Saved up some pelf, have you?
Penal prison. But that's another matter. Settling in for the night, Gov.
We need to do something about your outfit. I hope you've sharpened that blade, Jacob. You're quite a brother.
Honestly, with Red Dead Redemption 1 now being on PlayStation 5 and Xbox X, you wonder how long it'll be before 2 is as well, if ever. Yeah. It makes me wonder why they did that to Red Dead Redemption 1 first. Because it makes me wonder, are they actually prepping for a remake of Red Dead Redemption 1? And they're hoping that by giving a current gen version of it, that it might act as some kind of like, I don't know, marketing tool or something. I mean, to remake Red Dead Redemption 1 would be fine. But I feel like to maintain the integrity of the original's continuity towards Red Dead Redemption 2, I think the way to... Even though in Red Dead Redemption 2 there is actually dialogue that explains why Arthur doesn't get mentioned by John Marston and his family, the real life reason obviously is because Arthur didn't exist as a character yet in the minds of the writers and all that. But in the internal universe logic of Red Dead Redemption, they do actually have some conversations that I think Jack Marston says something about Arthur. I think Abigail says something like, your father doesn't like to talk about Arthur too much because it's too painful, or something like that. Which I feel like is enough justification for why in Red Dead Redemption 1 he doesn't get mentioned. But if they wanted to add references to Arthur in Red Dead Redemption 1 without compromising the integrity of the narrative of the original Red Dead Redemption 1, is to use the fact that in Red Dead Redemption 1, while you can actually greet people, Red Dead Redemption 2 expanded upon that, so you can greet and antagonize if you want. But also, by being able to actually have in-between points in the story where characters can have conversations before a mission is triggered, it means that in a remake of Red Dead Redemption 1, you put all the dialogue and stuff that references Arthur in the moments between missions. So you don't change the actual script for the missions themselves to have dialogue about Arthur. You have that be in between missions. You might have an NPC that was around then and talks about, the event that happened in Saint Denis, for example, with Angelo Bronte, like things like that. Dr. Long, the actor who played Zed in Pulp Fiction, has died. Oh, really? Damn. Is he... I forget. Zed? Yeah, so Zed is the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah, because I think he was the main villain in The Mask. The first Mask movie with Jim Carrey. He was only 60. I mean, given that potentially people can live for longer than that, that is relatively young in that context. He was. Oh, cool. Yeah, so that's the one that I was thinking of. But yeah, that's a shame that he passed away.
Jacob, good to see you.
Thanks for redeeming the leap of fatal. Dr. Darling, thank you.
Like how I set that up for you.
Dr. Darling, a leap of fail a day keeps the doctor away and the mortician close. It well and truly does. And then, enemies can become suspicious when they see the dead body.
There's something strange, isn't there?
From his lordship.
Huh?
Watch yourself!
Here we go again!
Anasunes, the walk time an AC thing or a general game thing? It just depends on which game I'm playing, as in like when I make it active. But when it's active, it'll usually be for games like this, moving forward. Unless there's like something, unless there's something about it that interferes with the playthrough I might want to do, then I wouldn't have it active as a thing. That's an automatic thing. All I did was move the camera. I didn't move Jacob himself. So that was totally something that the game made happen automatically. Thanks, Dr. Darling, for redeeming walk time. Jacob needs to lose some weight, so let him exercise. Will do for sure. Is there any particular kind of location you want me to have him walk through? There we go. Thanks for redeeming the leap of fail. Look, darling, Ubisoft Quebec patched the game to prevent leaps of fail. Yeah. How appropriate I fight like a dairy farmer because you fight like a cow. A stroll around Buckingham Palace would be nice. Alright. It'll be tricky though because it's in Rook territory. And so combat might happen.
You there! Stop that! I wonder what... Slow down or you'll injure someone! Be mindful of your driving!
Sorry, Brazitas.
Slow down or you will be punished!
Alright, so we'll see if the game will be fine with me. Okay, so I'm going to turn all the HUD stuff off and start the 10-minute timer for Jacob to walk around Buckingham Palace. Alright, the timer is going to start now. Hang on. I forgot. That's going to be on the screen. Right, the walk is going to start again 10 minutes now.
Of the Seven Bells. I find it fascinating.
The place names confuse me.
You just need to imagine a map in your mind.
With this being an island and all.
That's why I do so enjoy the continent.
Darling, look!
That is surely the most peculiar thing
Hey, sit.
Understand. Speaking of territories, you wonder why Ubisoft didn't keep the color-coded restricted area, blue for cops, red for thugs, thing from Unity. Personally, you thought it was pretty decent. Yeah, that's the thing too. Certain things that don't get carried across from one game to the other. I mean, partly it's whoever is in the role of deciding, you know.
Red ground where nothing grows.
Historical nonsense, I'm sure, propagated by those who failed to embrace and thus be enriched by modernity.
looks like a mess. Getting bored. That's it, girl.
Hip hip.
Anasune, wait, what was that train thing? Oh, sorry, Anasune. By the time I read your comment, I don't recall seeing what it was. Was it the guy on one of these carriages? Hey, Coffeeton, welcome. He has knee problems.
Drag him out! Get on you, mate!
Oh, good lord.
He's as good as dead! Got him in my sights!
Alright, I'm pausing the 10-minute timer. Sorry, Dr. Darling. I tried to make sure as long as possible that I wasn't triggering that, but...
We have an intruder!
What the hell was that? I'm gonna knock your teeth in. Just try to stop me.
Go for his leg!
Bye, baby Bunty. Daddy's gonna hunting.
Oh, I see, Anasune. There's a train symbol next to your username. Competent, it says Hype Train Conductor. Ah, yeah, well, there we go. Yeah, that's because you triggered a hype train, Anasune. I didn't actually realize. I thought you meant in the game. Alright, so I stopped the timer with 4 minutes. Alright, now to restart the timer at 4 minutes and 5 seconds for the 10-minute walk now.
place names you allowed to confuse you, or a window into beauty covered. Sending him away.
We did. For what? So they could live on a warm island and live off the land? They should be behind bars.
Put them behind bars and they'll escape.
Do you have so little faith in our people?
You'd better not do that again!
What's that over there?
You can't escape your fate! Are you having a laugh?
My father's firm raised those buildings, you know?
Lovely.
Soon we'll be off to America, my love. I could really make a difference in this country. That's it, girl. Onward.
Walk on, stupid nag.
I know he was talking to the horse, but him saying walk on while I'm doing this redeem of having Jacob walk. Okay, so there's 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the timer. I paused it once Jacob was fully detected by the enemies and that whole scenario happened. Anasune, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Coffeeton. That's generous of you. Thank you very much for doing that. Congratulations, Coffeeton, for getting a subscription.
Got your orders from his lordship.
Thanks again, Anasune.
Onward.
All a growing, all a blowing. Learn the language of flowers. Come on, horse. Roses for love, lilies for pride. Little sweetheart knowing you're fascinated by them with some of the Move it, you dumb beast.
That's it, girl.
That's it.
Of the 7 bells. My goodness, are you all right?
I'm fine. My apologies. It's the city air. It irritates my lungs.
How dreadful. May I say how delighted I am to see you.
There we go, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming walk time. Now to put the HUD back.
With this being an island and all.
Hello, my lord. Never let your upper lip tremble. That's the key.
Understanding, have you done many missions? Overall, not too much. I didn't want to progress the story too far just in case there was dialogue that would be missed in certain contexts, moving the story forward too much.
Fry, a pleasure to see you. I do so love the fog. It permits one all sorts of license. Fallen on hard times, have you, Fry?
Now, bro, why do all the assassins have the I have to find a toilet sprint? I don't know. Never thought about it that way before. Just looks like someone running to me.
Good day to you, Jacob. I do so love doing research.
That was interesting. New Henry dialogue towards Jacob. Hadn't had yet. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome. How's things? That's true. Yeah, playing as Jacob at the moment. I was covering some dialogue towards Evie from other characters on the Train Hideout for a while. And then I decided to jump to Jacob to do more of the same. Now, bro, that's a poop run if you ever seen one. Is it? I just never thought of it that way before.